Welcome to episode 16 of my playthrough of Stationeers on Europa with a new terrain system, Stationeer difficulty, and well, the sun is setting over a new spaceport that I'm building because in the previous episode I started with this one because before the previous episode I managed to figure out rocketry, and that is so fun. Now I definitely want that in my survival playthrough. There should be some more lights in the middle, huh? Anyway, now that we have this large area and the rocket shall be here, could have made multiple, but I want the first one to be dedicated. My first survival rocket, this entire stuff is for it. So I made this little control center. What just happened? I had a freeze here. Control center here, there's not much going on here, that is for the lights. That one is not yet used. This one is also hanging from the lights switch thing. One thing we'd be interested in is to see what resources would I need. So I will just go through the items here, which will be very quick. We can see a steel, steel, steel invar, steel invar, steel electrum, steel invar, steel constantan. So steel, electrum invar, steel, electrum invar, gold, copper, electrum solder. So it looks like this constantan. So it looks like it's just going to be the usual second tier stuff like steel, electrum, constantan, solder, invar. So I just need to make sure that I have a bunch of that stuff. That would be one of the next things on the agenda. However, as you can see on screen, I have some little plan here. First, I want to complete the arc furnaces display and switch, and then the spaceport. Okay, we have seen this. Go away. Oh, I think I forgot to turn off that active vent. Didn't? No, I didn't. Okay. So this thing is now empty. Yep. Tiny look around. Here's the garage, not yet actually used, but it's working. It's an airlock, so I can drive in from the outside, and then I can flip to the inside, and it's all open. And it will actually pump the gas into this container, so we will not have that problem that once the door opens, the vacuum here will have to be filled with station atmosphere from the station. That would just be too much. The spawn, does it work yet? It doesn't, okay. Because it should display by now that the spawn is set. Here we have the little shredder. Something to shred? Not currently. There's a shredder, there's a centrifuge, and here the results will roll out, and that does actually work. Hey, why is this not... Oh, I have another bug here. I just detected a bug. Because I know that for whatever reason the motion sensor, the thing on the right top here, reacts to items, but it turns out that that will not be initialized properly when the game starts because the door was closed. But I think the atmosphere has been equalized anyway, so no longer necessary. My storage. My bread, which I have been having since the previous episode. And yeah, you can eat a lot from this guy. Drinking fountain. My little greenie housey. Drinking fountain. Materials, and that will be one of the next topics, because we need to make those basic materials. And here is the arc furnace inlet. And here's the outlet, so you can see it has quite some stack. Actually, I haven't yet experimented with these long pipes, with these long chutes. What will happen if... does this actually hold multiple, or does it only hold one? Because, as you know from my news videos, if you toss something in here, it will come out the other side instantly, just as if it had only had a length of one. which makes me wonder, how much buffer does this thing have? So this I have been having for the longest time, and I want to finally use it, and I actually need to add a logic switch here. And what is that? That is a display of what is currently in the arc furnace and what progress we have smelting that current stack. And then I also want to have an interruption switch, and that shall be this one. In the previous episode I also expanded the deep miner facility. Now we have 4 centrifuges instead of 2, and 2 deep miners instead of 1. Veterans might say, well, this is not good, you should have another centrifuge there. And I would object, I have not yet seen any stacking up of, I mean, no traffic jam from the side of the deep miners, for whatever reason. I mean, I experienced it differently in the past too, but in the recent months, no. I don't know why. So it could be this switch? No. No, not the switch that you have to open and close and that you can also lock. Not the dial, neither. Then this push button here, that might be exactly right. And then the lever. I don't know why I would use a lever for this. So let's use the button, which might sometimes run into a race condition because the code is doing multiple things and I don't know if it can keep up when it comes to yields and all that. But just push it multiple times, doesn't matter. So, someone in the comments asked me a few episodes ago, how can we, basically, when will you cable up this stuff here? Because I want to do that too, and I don't know how this works, so I want an example. And so here I'm doing it now. Let me explain what's happening. I mean, since we're at this already. This is the arc furnace, where you smelt your basic ore, and then you get the ingots for the printers. That's what you start with, and if you start with the auto lathe, which we do, but without an arc furnace, then you're dead in the water, because that's the only way to get there. Unless you have a furnace, of course, which can do that same thing too, but more advanced. And then there's the advanced furnace, which can do the same thing even better. But the arc furnace is very convenient for it, it's electrical, so you don't have to put in some gases or whatever. And then you stuff in some ore manually, and you switch it on, and you click the activate button, and then it will smelt that entire stack and spit that out. And if there's a power loss for whatever reason, that will not just interrupt the smelting cycle, but it will also turn off the arc furnace, which is a new thing for half a year now or so. I don't know why they changed that or when exactly. And to automate this thing is very easy. I automated already, which took like 3 or 4 lines of code. I'm asking, is something in the input slot of the furnace? Yes. Then switch it on and activate. If nothing is in the input slot, then switch it off and deactivate. So that will allow me to have these chutes here. You can see there's a chute and there's another one and so forth and so forth, and goes to the back side of the arc furnace. Here on the front side, the output, this will then rain down here. This is why we have all the scrap lying around. And well, since this means that we have a stack, I mean particularly on the input side, it's very useful that this thing will automatically keep smelting and keep activating. So it will smelt everything that I toss in here, hence this pile. But what I'm building here now is this display of what's currently in there and how far the current smelting process is. And I want to have the capacity to interrupt, because if there's currently, for example, a 50 stack gold in there and I want to do something with gold but can't, then I will just push the button and the first 3 or 4 or 10 or whatever will come out, and then it will resume smelting the rest. And that's what this button will be for. Okay, so what do I need? To display this, I need a hash display. That's one of the motherboardy things, hash display, that you can make for the console. And it doesn't say here what that is, sadly, even though that could really be written here, because that's not a thing that will ever change. It displays the... well, okay, what am I saying? That's wrong, that's not true. That's actually exactly not true. The hash display does what I said it does. But for like 2 or 3 or 4 months now, it has been having a mode. And you can switch from the mode that it has by default, 0, which shows, for example, iron ore or stuff like that, to gas and liquid. which shows the these symbols. Yep, these can be shown too. And the switching over is a bit buggy. I believe what you have to do, I'm not sure, I believe what you have to do, when you switch over the mode, you have to give it a hash to show. Now it will already have a hash to show, which is the one that will be on the memory chip, which I explain soon. But I believe the value has to change for this thing to refresh its display and then actually show gas. Or it may be that setting a value like iron ore, when you're actually on the gas liquid display, will confuse the thing, and then you have to change. I don't know exactly, but there was some bug that I observed. But it can be made to work reliably. I did that on the German channel actually, and I would have to look that up, right? Maybe I should do that right now. 1 second, please. SBS cons 0 mode 1. That's all I could figure out. So to set the mode, you have to say SBS as in write batch slot, or whatever writing command you want to use, but S will write to the slot. Slot 0, and then you say mode 1. So I couldn't find the actual code that would deal with some kind of bug that is in there. Maybe that means that this is not actually a thing that would come up often. Okay. Hash display. So you put a hash display in there, then you need a disk. Why do I not have a disk right here? Okay, now I have to select where that data will be coming from. Arc memory, that's the one. Now it knows which hash to display, and that will be the hash 0, which is, of course, thankfully, conveniently, defined as black, as nothing. Now I need to write the hash of the thing that I find in the arc furnace onto this memory chip, whose name I currently need in my clipboard. I already started with the source code. Not import, I haven't written it yet. There should be 3 dots. There should be some dots here. So, write batch named into the memory chip, which I haven't yet defined here. Where's the arc furnace? Up there. Define mem hash structure memory chip, or what is it? Memory has structure logic memory. Structure logic memory. Define mem arc hash arc memory. So into that chip I write now that its value shall be the prefab hash that I've read from the arc furnace. Let's see, this is the arc furnace code. Defining structure arc furnace, defining structure logic memory. I mean, how deep should I now go? I could explain all of this, but should I? Let's just move on. Sorry. I mean, I don't know. Some of you might want this, some of you don't. How am I supposed to decide this now? So we'll just go over this, just skip over this. Anyway, what I'm doing is I'm loading from the arc furnace whether slot 0 is occupied, and then I'm writing that value that I get there, this 0 or 1, directly into the arc furnace's on state, into the arc furnace's activate state. That is what I explained earlier, the arc furnace being automated. Then I'm saying here load batch slot into R0 from the arc furnace's slot 0, the input slot, what the prefab hash is. And then I'm writing that into the arc memory thing. Theoretically, that will show me what's going on in there, which currently is awfully little. To demonstrate that, I guess I need to smelt some more stuff. Or, actually, what happens if I just toss in some already smelted ingot? Aha, iron ingot. It's now indeed smelting it again. Hilarious. So that is working. Cool. And that was just these 3.5 lines of code. That's fine. Now I want to use this one, the arc slide. I want to show the progress of the smelting process. So define hash arc slide and define hash structure diode slide, and here we have slay arc. But first I need to know what is the value that I want to write there. When you add some code, always check if you have enough lines. We do, otherwise stuff will be forgotten forever. We don't want that. So that's the prefab hash. Let's see. Now I want to prepare a value that I want to write into that register. Move into R1 the value 0. And then I will write that value into the diode slide that I also need to turn on. Write batch named into the diode slide that it shall be on, and the value that I want to write into its setting value is R1. And now I need to define what R1 is. Branch relative equal to 0. If there's currently nothing in the arc furnace, then I just want to skip over and just write the 0 here into the slide, as if there's no progress. And I mean the progress I want to display by counting down, right? Or do I? Yeah, indeed. Okay, but now that we know there is something in there, I want to read from the arc furnace. Let's see. Here per slot I can read the max quantity and the quantity. So the max quantity for a stack of iron ore would be 50, of course. The max quantity for an iron ingot would be 500. And the actual quantity, as in how much is still left for that thing to smelt. So if I read the max quantity and then the quantity and divide a little, I want the max quantity in... Actually, I will change my course. I will say the value R0 shall be the register that I want, because I want to stack up. Why? Because it turns out I will need a second register here, and so I would have used register R0 and R2, which seems awkward, so let's just use R0 for this here, and then stack up on that R1 and R2. Stack up is just, I don't know, some metaphor. So I'm loading the max quantity, and if that is equal to 0, well, this is getting a bit awkward with all the relative branching and line counting, so I will use a label here instead. Show arc, update arc slide. So no relative branching, neither here. So I'm... Oh, right. Okay, I need to use a different register indeed. Again, so here I have the prefab hash, and I'm writing that to the memory chip so we see what's going on. And then I'm preparing the value R1, 0, for down here, for the prepare diode slide progress value. Confirm, save, edit. And if R0, which is the current prefab hash in the arc furnace, is 0 equal to 0, I would just want to jump down here and write the value 0 directly to the diode slide and not do anything else with that value. But otherwise, I want to do this max quantity math. So I'm loading batch slot into R2, because R1 is... What is R1? That's the prepared diode slide value. Into R2, the max quantity, and if the max quantity is equal to 0, I also want to jump down here, because it would be awkward to divide by 0. I don't want that. Now, this might not ever happen, but I think it can't hurt to prepare for this. So now I'm loading batch slot into R3, the actual quantity, and then I will divide into well, which register I use now is pretty... Well, it does matter, because I want R1 to be the target. So I'm dividing R3 by R2. R2 is the max quantity, like 50, and R3 is the current quantity, like 25. I only left 25 divided by 50 is 1/2. That 1/2 goes here and shows up on the diode slide, hypothetically. Export. That's not the value I hoped to see here, because 0 should look different. What am I not getting? Let's prepare a different value then. Let's say move 1 into this. Export. Same thing. So something's not right here. I'm writing value R1. Music, you are annoying again. Don't you know that yourself? Oh, now it worked? I don't know what happened before. But anyway, now it works, so let's toss in some iron. Here. There we go. And we can see now that the diode slide is basically upside down. Because this white stuff is what it still needs to smelt. As you can see, it is shrinking. That's what she said. And I guess I just need to flip this guy around, right? Which is also what she said. Since I'm using this nice way of addressing devices, this will not cause an error, so my stuff is still executing. Music, you asshole. This has the downside that if I do something wrong, I might not notice it in time. What just happened? Yeah, so that's the remaining stuff. And it's not much. And iron is smelted fast quick anyway, so I will shut up for a second and we enjoy the moment. Now for the button, we have this name. I will use then here arc button. Edit. Always making sure when you write export that this hasn't changed, because it really loves to. And I believe it was the Master Maximus who showed me a nice trick. This will always fall back to the first line, to the first entry, and the entries are sorted alphabetically. So we said, well, you could rename the one that you're currently working on to be alphabetically at the beginning, and so I chose the underscore, which is also visually outstanding, so that's helpful anyway, and that actually happens to make it sort at the beginning. That's not necessarily the case in all computer contexts, but in this case it is, so yeah. Define button hash, I don't know exactly, but probably structure logic button. Define button arc hash arc button. Yeah, let's check that button. And check that music. There we go. Structure, logic, button. Very good. So now I have the button for the arc furnace, button, structure, logic, button, arc, button. Where do I use it? Well, here I'm reading whether the arc furnace is occupied, and then I set it to on and to activate, respectively. And all I need to do is, in between these two lines, set R0 to 0, if need be. Move R0 to 0. And then I need to jump over this line. Or maybe I can use the logic button directly, but I think that's a bit wild. I mean, I could, okay, let's say this, load batch named into R1 from the logic button, whether it's activated. And if, when it's activated, then this will be 1. If I now invert this, like this, now it's inverted, then I can, then the button, then this value will be 1 the whole time, until I push it. And then I could say, and R0, R0, R1. So I'm saying the bits of these two values I combine now with the AND logic. If both of them are 1, the individual bits in the individual part of that value, then that value will be 1, else it will be 0. So as long as the button isn't pushed, this is 1, and so this AND here will not affect R0. Or it will at least not, you know, flip it to logical 0. So then I don't need the move statement. But this seems a bit intransparent. I mean, the code here is relatively easy to read, to know, so that you know what it does. But why am I flipping this around here? Why am I using these logic shenanigans? It's very much more expressive if I say that R0 shall be overwritten with 0. When shall that happen? As long as R1, the button push, is 0, then I want to branch relatively by 2 lines. So again, I'm loading whether the arc furnace is occupied into R0. Then I'm loading whether the button is currently being pushed into R1. If the R1 value, the button push, is currently 0, then I jump over 2 lines, 1, 2. Or I jump by 2 lines, 1, 2. If it is not equal to 0, so it's currently being pushed, then we will fall through here, and we'll set R0 to 0. And so I should now have an extra stacker, basically. So let's take this already kind of crippled stack. It can only split stacks, it cannot join them though. There we go, and there we go. And I was continuing, and there we go, and there we go. Works. Hello. So that is that item of the agenda done. The next part is indeed then to deal with the spaceport, and therefore to look at all those raw materials. And to do a lot of smelting, I suppose. I think there's no way to actually make the arc furnace just eject what it has, because that could be useful. Just, you know, give me what you have, don't smelt it completely. I think that cannot be done. No, there's no feature for that. Basically, the arc furnace, even though it can be automated, even though many people will end up doing stuff like this with a sort of input stack here and automatic smelting, and maybe also this stuff, is still basically designed to be that standalone thing where you manually push the button, and then also manually take stuff out backwards if you need to. Oh well. Maybe I should take stock as to all the things I have. Can I make... I mean, I had a rack here, a locker, but that was just too tight, and... but what I could do is have a locker here that doesn't have doors. What variants do we have available then? This one, nice, but no cigar. It's not enough for what I want to do. Same thing, basically. This one, I think we already found it. Shelf medium. Corner locker, nope, nope. No, nope, and nope, and nope, because you need to open that, so the doors will be in the way again. Nope, 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 nope. Yes. Or should I do that over here where the stacker is, so I can, you know, stack things up? I mean, it can just place it right here, why not? And then it could actually be a locker, a big one, which has more storage space. There's a cable in the way. What? Weren't there 2 ingots here and now there aren't? I guess they're in the floor now, huh? Can do this stuff and stack things around. Man, I wish the frame rate was higher. I mean, 60. I'm recording 60 frames, but often it's not 60. But what can you do? I mean, I can turn down. I have already tampered with the settings in an earlier episode of this playthrough and optimized it for best looks, while you know, well, I'm hitting the curve of the trade-off, optimizing the trade-off. Yeah. Driving towards fruiting my soybeans. There we have 5 wheat, and that's good. Still thriving towards seeding, so that's a thing. Here we have 18 wheat. I need 40 wheat though, because I want to make another loaf of bread. Someone showed me a trick in the comments, thank you for that, that you can harvest faster by just clicking with a mouse cursor. And what I dislike, and I dislike that from the very start, when Minecraft did this, because that is actually what Minecraft did, they want to make these sounds more lively instead of playing the same sample every time, right? So in Minecraft, or like here for example, they make this oak or wood sound when you fell a tree multiple times simultaneously, at slightly different speeds and such. But this multiple times at the same time thing, that just sounds wrong. It just sounds like someone wants to cheaply make the sound more alive. That's what that screamingly does to me. So I don't want that. It sounds wrong. Am I doing 2 things or am I doing 1 thing? Why does it make this? No, it's wrong. So remove that. Okay, let's stack things up. I could maybe make the stacker a bit more convenient. Thought about that in the previous episode also. That's a thing that I regularly do. I could have some sensors, proximity sensors. And when I'm not nearby, the thing should be turned off, so that's a useful thing anyway. When I'm nearby, it should be turned on. And depending on which of the 2, I will make 2 proximity sensors I'm touching, so to speak, that should be the setting of the stacker. So that will make things even more convenient. And it will look like I'm dancing. That's to this music, which I don't know, would probably look like someone blowing smoke into the wind. Let's remove the floor here. Heh. That looks very promising. I could move the cable a little, no problem. No problem. What I found is that using the thingies here, then you can see what cable that is, and here we see it's a 4-way junction. I never considered the text in the tooltip. And now I would have dismantled this, removing the floor and so forth, to really know what cable is this, what cable type is this. But now I know what it is, a 4-way junction. This way, this way. Maybe they should have called it 4-way crossing or whatever. And while we're at it, let's look at the individual names, because there's possibly something to be learned here, again, for me, I mean. And you can witness that, and then, look, he learned something. Everybody, he learned upload. Anyway, so cable corner, obviously. Cable junction, okay. 3-way, simple. 4-way junction, so that's the thing we have on the floor. It's basically a crossing. And then we have a 5-way junction. That already implies that it must be 3-dimensional, because where else would that thing point if it's 5? Hydration critical. 6-way junction implies the same. Though I wouldn't know what exactly to anticipate if I would see that, if I cannot see the entire thing. If the name wouldn't really tell me, the name would basically tell me, well, you have to open the floor, man, if you want to deal with this thing. Or rather, remove that thing and turn it into a 6-way and call it a day. Then we have the 3-way corner. So 3-way corner means it's 3-dimensional. 4-way corner. The moment the word corner comes into play, we are talking about another dimension. Straight. Okay, that was all of them. Huh. A wild warning message appears. What does it state? I need to feast and I need to drink.
Hunger caution.
Stuffing my face. There's actually some hilarious clown who commented on, I believe, the first episode of this playthrough. Don't complain, it annoys. Dude, fuck off. If you don't like it, I mean, okay, it's fine if someone comments something saying, hey, the music is too loud, and that has been happening quite a few times, and I've adjusted. So it's actually constructive critique, it's helpful. But someone just saying, your ways, they are not good enough, change, or else, or whatever. I mean, the tone of that guy, motherfucker. And, well, I'm playing, basically, what's the word, piñata with this guy. I mean, he keeps coming back with some more stupid statements, and, actually, I did prepare the next comeback already. I mean, not that I need to prepare them, but I thought it was just too good, so... Do you have a disability that I should take into consideration? After all, you seem to believe that changing the channel means tell the channel owner to change. In case that's what you actually believe, changing the channel means to watch a different channel, because like a famous person once said, don't complain, it annoys. Yeah, don't complain, it annoys is what the guy said initially. Let's see what happens. Okay, where will I place this? I will be here doing stuff. I need to toss things in. So that's really what I need to consider. Not so much this, because this is all autopilot, that's the idea here right now. And the locker is awkwardly placed. Can I move that over a little? There's a cable in the way here, but is there? I mean, can it be moved maybe? I mean, I know that, okay, first of all, on this channel you will have the benefit of, well, actually 4-star editing sometimes. That's why some of these edits get 4 stars. If you look at the channel description, there's some links in there and some short text in there, and most of all there's a description of my little star system. A 4-star edit is when I created a video in and for DaVinci, which is my video editor, so to speak, which costs $300. That's like hyper polished good stuff, and that's the standard for Stationeers news in recent months in general. 3 stars is if that is indeed also such a thing, but it's just, you know, I slapped that together in DaVinci, some fade in, some fade out, some text over it, no. It doesn't deserve 4 stars, but it's still good stuff, yeah. 2 stars is when DaVinci only came into play as an afterthought. So I had a recording of some live thing like this, for example, and then I maybe cut something out in DaVinci or whatever, but then put some text over it and fade in and fade out and maybe some sound effect here or there, but that's all it is. 1 star is if I just recorded like this here, but I have paused every once in a while for effect basically. And my turbo playthrough, which is still featured on the homepage, 35-minute, one of the best tutorial, well, it's probably the best tutorial I have ever made for this game, and I have over 300 videos here, man. That has very good pausing. So, I mean, for those people who think that video is edited, it's not. I just recorded that live and hit a button on my mouse to pause, and then I set up the scene and continued. And that for 35 resulting minutes. So the actual recording was like 5-6 hours long, I guess, to make that happen. I don't know, I don't remember, it's a long time ago. And that whole thing worked. I only needed to cut out one little stupid thing later with YouTube Online. Anyway, that's a 1-star edit, and no stars, well, that's what you're currently watching, you peasants. So here we could put the stuff that comes out here, stuff, so we don't need to move a cable, that's cool. I will spray paint this black. The color of my soul. And here we toss stuff in, and this cable here, it is a bit awkwardly in the way. Maybe it would be less in the way if it were back here, because this is the path that I take, I walk through, so let's change that. Huh. Is there a cable there already? Sometimes it's impossible to tell even with tricks. Straight cable? that will not touch the right plus is not yellow. In other words, there is no curve here or something. There's no connection on that side also. So there's really just yeah. So if someone complains, hey, all this off-topic stuff is getting on my nerves, man. Maybe you want to cut that down a little? What do you think? Or what? I mean, you don't have to phrase it like this. I'm just trying to express tone by adding all these words here. That's very different from someone just saying, don't complain, it annoys. That's literally what the guy wrote. I mean, I also will make statements that are just strong forward and then I fuck off on other channels. So, am I being a hypocrite about this? Well, first of all, I still think that if I do something, that's a different thing than if someone else does it, because I consider my mind to be so sophisticated that, you know, superiority complex, basically. And yeah, that might be very off-putting what I just said there, but that's me. I'm just being honest. And offensive, and that's what comes with the territory. Why did I close this? I need to put these down still. Here's the counter evidence. You just saw the counter evidence. Your words betray you. Or whatever. Your actions betray you. But also, I mean, if someone, for example, I mean, okay, I don't have a good example here, but I mean, for example, if someone has a title there that has nothing to do with the video, it's just clickbait, then I will just complain, dude, stop with the clickbait already, or just clickbait title, unsubscribe, downvote, everybody should do the same. That's what I sometimes in more extreme situation would say, but normally I don't. Normally I would just say my own position, you know. And that's fair, because that's abuse of the fucking platform. This is supposed to be a place of entertainment and of truth, not one where someone betrays you to come over there and then well, okay, often enough, I mean, I must admit that clickbait videos, clickbait titles, clickbait thumbnails, when they lure me in, and then I watch that and I have enjoyed the show, there's some justification there. I might not have watched that if they would just have told me the facts. That's a possibility. But still, I hold that we should just, you know, maybe I would have watched it if I were not so distorted, like all of you are, by the world that we live in, by the things that we're so used to experiencing and observing. Like, we basically expect a video title and such to be exaggerated, else we would not go there. But I'm trying to not do any such things ever. Trying to. And failing, I guess, sometimes. So I'm standing here, and that will have some proximity sensor effect. Or here, maybe. Let me put it here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There's the proximity sensor. And another one, maybe... here? Then cable them up. Oh, actually, I don't need to cable them. I can already see if they're firing. Set that to 0. Okay, that's too close. We need to set it to 1. And this one also to 1. Is this dance compatible or is this not? So I go here. This thing will turn on. Turn off. Now we have the high one setting. Okay, it's very tricky to get both of them fired up. So I would say this setting, if ever used, should be a very rarely used one. So maybe like when I'm in a pinch, let's say 50, 100, 200, something like that. Yeah, let's do it. That's what you said. You're saying, wait, that's what you said, sir. That's what she said. Stacker. Yeah, maybe the stacker should have a name. STK. MISC. That's my miscellaneous stacker. STK MISC prox 1. And prox 2. I just feel like using these names and now they are used. Edit. There's still some room left in here. So, do we have a stacker already in here? Arc furnace, gas sensor, volume pumps, gas tank storage, pipe analyzer, structure glass door. Define STK hash structure stacker. Or is it stacker reverse? We will find out. Define STK not musk miscellaneous. Huh. Miscellaneous hash. Define sense procs. Or do I already have one in here? I do not. Sense procs hash structure proximity sensor. Define sense procs misc. Actually no. STK misc, which is a wild name. Sense procs misc. Yeah. Okay, it's really not necessary to go on out like this, but whatever. So, structure proximity sensor. STK misc. Let's just put it up here. Load batch names into R0 from STK misc. What am I saying? Write batch named into that thing whether it shall be on. And I think if it turns off, it should also export what it has. So that's another thing I should add later, not right now, because it's too much at once. I like to work iteratively. Load batch named slot. Load batch named into R0 from the sense procs of this name. Activate. Also, I want to initialize these guys, which I do hereby. By the way, maybe I want to activate the diode slides on this also up here, because it otherwise seems a bit I don't know. But now I'm wasting lines. Let's not do that. There's only one little line. I mean, this here would make sense. There's so much going on here, and it belongs together. It's inconsistent, I know, but I'm working within constraints that I would normally not have in a real proper IDE and a development language. Load batch name into R0 sense procs STK misc as 1. And then I do the same into R1. Actually, I will use R1 and R2 because the names are 1 and 2, so that is easier to associate. And now I have these values, and I want to multiply. I want to turn it into a binary system. Multiply. Okay, I can also shift the bits. Shift left left R2 R2 2. But bit shifting sounds as if I'm dealing with bits. I mean, yeah, I'm dealing with bits there. As if the goal though is to deal with bits, but it's not. So let's multiply. R2 R2 2. I'm multiplying R2 by 2, and that is ending up in R2. So if I add these together, add into R0 the sum of R1 and R2, I would have a 0 or a 1 here, and here I would have a 0 or a 2. So if both of these are 0, I will have a 0 in here. If this one is on and this one is not, I will have 1. If this one is on and this one is not, I will have 2. If this one is on and this one is on, I will have 1 plus 2 is 3. So that gives me a full statement. Oh, this track I like. I put that actually as the soul track on one of these recent, I think it was rather 3-star, where I was watching the difficulties of four different difficulties: creative, easy, normal, and hard, ticking down slowly. I actually accelerated by factor, I don't know, 10, 20, whatever it was. Yep. So I do all kinds of videos, crappy stuff, and I'm talking too much about off-topic things, talking about this God stuff and the apocalypse and so forth, all things that I like to feel talking about, that I feel like talking about. And then that happens. And I mean, imagine I'm sitting here for 5 hours playing this, talking to the hypothetical viewer, and this means that I don't know who I'm exactly talking to, because some people appreciate that stuff. And also, this gives me an opportunity to say things that I normally can't, because I have nobody with whom I can talk about these things. So, that's an outlet. Also, you people need to hear some of this stuff, because then you become agents of the awakening. That's what I talked about excessively in episode 15. Now let's see what the states are. So if the left one is activated, actually, which the left one, which the right one? I can still just rename them, doesn't matter. One of them is activated, then I want a stack size of 200. Actually, wait, 200, huh? If the other one is activated, 100. I can later adjust. Both of them activated, 50. And what do we do in the case of 0? If it's not equal to this, we do this. If it's not equal to this, we do this. If it's not equal to this, we do this. And now I need to decide whether it should be on. Now that R0 is no longer needed, I can use R0 and write into R0, depending if it's greater than 0 or 1. So if R0 is greater than 0, like it's 1, 2, or 3, then I want a 1 in here. The stacker shall be on, else it shall be off. I think that should be it. $50. Why is 50 right now? Too bad I can't see what the setting is right now. Oh, I can. Why is it 50? I mean, there's something very, very wrong here. Let me just check the source code. Must have done some stupid mistake. I've done this multiple times, man. Okay, that's a problem. One of the names that I defined in the hashes was wrong. 200. 100. 50. Ah, works right away. Okay, now it needs to toss some stuff out. I wanna... Okay, let's change the values. The smallest value shall be 100. And the larger one 200 and the largest one 500, because now I want to restack to the high heavens. makes me wonder if I should actually go and make the chute system way longer and toss the things out over here. Because over here I don't have space for a stacker. Except if I add one box here, which is a possibility, then we have a little stacker corner. That might actually be the answer, but I don't feel like doing that now. But I like the idea so much that I will at least build a little box out there, which reminds me that I might want to do something there. But okay, let's do the thing. Yeah, I placed them ideally, didn't I? What's the setting? 500? Okay. Now it's not tossing anything out yet. How could I do this? I would have to know what the previous value was, right? But I could just read out what the state is. I can read out, is the stacker currently on? And if the value I want to write is 0, then I know that's a change. In that situation, I want to push the activate button and also yield for one moment, which is exceptional, but that's an exception then. Okay, here we're writing that value, but before I do that, I need to find out, is the stacker currently on? Load a badge named into R1. Whether this stacker is on. If the stacker is on, load batch named into R1 if the stacker is on. Do I still have lines left? Yep. Now I know if the stacker is on. And if the stacker is not on, then I will just jump over the next line. If the stacker is on, then... well, no, that's not really the criterion here. I need to find out first if this stuff is 0. So branch relative equal to 0 if... no, greater than 0 or not equal, whatever. If R0, aka what the on state shall be, is 0, then I want to jump over some lines. If not 0. Jump if stacker shall be on. Now I'm finding out whether the stacker is on. In this scenario, the stacker shall be off, and I'm finding out if it's on. If that is equal to 0, branch relative equal to 0. Set stacker. 2 of these, I feel better doing that with a marker. So, this determines whether the stacker should be on. Greater than 0. If the stacker should be on, then we jump down to set stacker. If it should not be on, then we check if it is currently on. We are loading that into R1. And if R1 is equal to 0, then the stacker is already off. If it's not already off, then I want to activate and yield, and yeah. So I'm writing activate 1 Okay. Yield. Because we need to wait for the world to pick up on the commands that we expected it to execute. Should actually, yeah, well, I'm going here, and then I'm going away, and then it's spitting stuff out. Good. So that's the automation of the stacker thing. And boy, are things cluttered here. There they are. Let's close this up so things are less painful. Maybe I should spray paint those also. Yep. While I'm still busy doing stuff in here, maybe I want to refill my oxygen. And let's take a look at what the plants are doing. The soybeans are not yet ready for seeding. The wheat, of course, is, because it already was.
Hunger caution.
How many wheat do we have here? 30. Now we have 38, and I need 2 more so I can make bread. Because 1 wheat, if stuffed into the reagent processor, turns into 5 flour. But to make bread, I need 200 flour and 5 soy oil. I have more than that here, but it's not a problem because every click only adds 1. Well, that's nice because it's like a bottle. Yeah. But okay, so 200 divided by 5 is 40, and I need 40, so I have 38, and that's not enough. How many wheat seeds do we have? We have 6, so I don't need to keep those around. Nah. Peasant food, not for me. I have bread. Yeah, stacking stuff. That would look stupid if I would actually do this. Silver is over yonder. Gold. I would say it was intentional, it wasn't. So now we have some kind of nice workflow here. More steel, more again 500 grams, not bad at all. And 500 grams of that stuff. And here we go, solder. Anything here maybe? Oh, that reminds me, when I placed the locker, I said some stuff got lost and then I forgot about it completely. Huh. And there they are, both of them. Oh, that is geometry. Oh, okay, This then? I hope that's correct. Looks correct. Is correct. I declare this is correct. And do I have 500 here? Yeah, okay. So give me that then. That's a cool workflow we have here. Yeah. Anything more? Oh, there's iron? How did that come to pass? Any more ingot stuff somewhere? I would say no. Let's look down here to be sure. Because air movement can be a bitch. And I told her that, and she said, yeah, I will try to improve, and then she didn't, so she's really a bitch. So these are the resources. Now what do we have in the machines? I don't want to take that out, I just want to know. Maybe it's excessive, who knows. Solder, 100 grams. Well, that seems a bit much. And here we have no solder whatsoever. Let's deal with solder only. Solely with solder. 86 grams, that's good for this electronics printer. And here we have no solder whatsoever. I don't know what to do with this information. Other than stacking this down to 50 or whatever, which will not work, I guess. Because we have this override going here. Or will it? 50? Maybe I should have tossed it in before, huh? Huh. Look at that, it works. I will just put that in the locker, in case I have need. Hey, maybe I should... Okay, that actually flies in the face of what I'm doing, yeah. So, just put 50 back in. And this one doesn't have any. Let's put that in the locker. Together with this one. Moving on, there was solder. Electrum is the next one on the list of interesting candidates. No electrum in here. No sir. Electrum 91. Electrum 33. That seems a bit low. Electrum none. And I think over here none. So electrum definitely is something we need to make. Do I have the resources? I believe I have lots of silver. Could I interest you in possibly printing another mining backpack? Yes, why not, sir? Yeah, okay, whatever. Backpack. So, I want to make a bunch of electrum. Is that feasible? First question, do we have gold for that? Yeah, well, I have gold to make a bunch of electrum. Definitely do. And here's the silver. I think it will actually be shorter if I do this. Is it? Isn't, right? $50, $50, $50, $50. Okay, so much for that. So we have prepared electrum now, which I wanna colorize with the color yellow. Then I also need to make solder. Maybe not that much, but still. Solder is made from iron and lead. Lead is gray. Do I have lead? Okay, I do have lead. So things are looking up, so far at least. Haha. That would be a lot of solder. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 400. That's 100, that's 100, that's 200, that's 400. So we need 400 iron. I need 400 iron in Zion right now. Yeah. That's a possibility, I guess. Okay, that works for whatever weird reason. Stack size 500, that's also very convenient. Give me that. And the rest, give me the rest too, huh? Maybe I can just toss it on the ground there. And then we get, well, it hasn't yet spat that out, so... So I guess there's nothing in there anymore. Good. Okay, so that is the solder, and solder is grey. Electrum and solder prepared, and also electrum and solder happen to be the things that you can best create together. So I will now choose to do so, but I want to think about my furnace here, which I still operate manually like a peasant. And afterwards I pump the gases into that cooling system out there, and then later I pump them into the station basically by manually shoveling them. And I was thinking about automating that. By the way, look, this one is automated. Network analyzer. Gas analyzer. Network analyzer. Yeah, it switches whenever I turn it off. And the chip is actually in here. We don't need to do that remotely or whatever. So pressure is fine. CO2 is pretty high, actually. The plants will take care of that, of course. Nitrogen is very low, and that's something that I do not like. I don't get much nitrogen from the burning process. I think I only get it basically from the materials that I toss in. So a nitrogen source would be nice, like a rocket. But I mean, pumping more gases that I can now harvest from the furnace into the station doesn't seem prudent. So the only gas I can get out there is CO2. And CO2 is valuable, but I have enough CO2 here, man. And if I ever need more, I mean, it's cheap to make. So I think I will just vent the furnace. I mean, it seems a bit stupid, but I can't do everything at once, even though I obviously try. Power. That would be a thing. And I need to smelt. Do I have the materials for smelting? I do. I do! Thing you haven't seen yet in this episode, but I mean, you know, you don't need to see everything again and again in every episode. Here's a new wing. That's the shredder that I showed you, and here's a new wing. Still not atmospheric, but that will be at some point. Oh. I don't know exactly what this will be, but this will be what this wing will be, but this will be for the spacesuit. So I can come in here through this luxurious airlock, which works exactly like my garage, which you don't know how it works, so let's show you. It pumps the room's air into this here, which is currently not good, but because it's outside air, you know. But that is seeping out here, so it's not really a problem. And we can also cycle it back. Doesn't matter which button I push. Pumping out the airlock until it's empty, then repressurizing until this thing is empty or until the room pressure is high enough, whichever comes first, and then just opening the door so that the remaining gas that would have to be in here may come from the station, but it's still the best approach. La 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 la. Where's the furnace? Here. when things get too complex that you wonder where things are, yeah. So, electrum, the first thing to make. You just have to develop some. I mean, so people are panicking basically over the furnace. I think that's what it could be called. Maybe I should use less? What am I doing? When I say people, I mean some people. I mean, I read all the forum entries and so what I get to see are those who make statements. In other words, that's not representative at all, because other people just play and enjoy, I guess. And when they are saying that they have trouble with the furnace. But I believe the reason that they are having trouble with the furnace is solely that they are not willing, so to speak, to just go in and try. They fear the thing, basically. They fear to do something wrong. Instead of just going with the flow, experimenting, I put one thing in, okay, this is what happens, put another thing in and observe what happens, and then you derive conclusions from that, and you adapt your decision flow accordingly. And that's how this game is to be played, and you all agree. And that's really one of the great things about this game. This very complex decision flow that we find ourselves in. The very complex decisions you have to make, the very complex foundation for your decisions, and so forth. That is really, really wonderful. And yeah, and so those people, to those people I say, if they would be listening here, I guess not, just try, man. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Your station blows up, just load in again. I mean, that is to be avoided, of course, but I mean, as a beginner, you're forgiven, I guess. Also, you can try that in creative. And also, I mean, the best way to deal with a thing that you don't know yet is to deal with it carefully. Isn't that obvious? That's also a nice life skill to learn, so this is actually then indeed a situation where you can learn something that helps in life. Not that this weak thing here will necessarily translate, because it's just, you know, I'm doing this thing in the game, why should it translate? This in turn being a general deficit that people have, that they are not networked in their head tightly enough. And that in turn being caused by them not being friends of the truth like they should be. The more truthful you are, the less self-contradictions you have in your head, the more your system will ring as one bell instead of sounding differently depending on situation. Well, who am I talking to? Some people already know the things I'm saying and the others are obnoxed by it. How do I reach these kids? Which is what many are, really, just children. Wonder why this thing is now getting brighter. Oh, 2.5. I thought it was already 2.4. So let's turn it off on again then for a moment. Aha, electron. So there should be a lot of electron. Now let's make the lead. One thing led to another. It might already be too cold to risk tossing all that lead in there. I don't dare do that. I don't want the furnace to freeze up. Oh, right, okay, let's put this stuff in first, because it has the greatest potential to cool down the furnace unreasonably. And I don't want it to shut off, you know. Oh, is it closed? Yeah, it's closed. Yeah, it's cooling down a lot. I need to heat this bitch up a bit, because else I would just never do anything ever again, unless I pipe some fuel gas in here through the opening there, and then I will have gas in there that will allow me to heat it up again. Okay, there's still a burning process, else it would not happen like it is right now. Put in the rest. Wasting 6 iron, but who seriously gives a flying fuck? We have 7, so we have 3 kilograms of iron in here and half a kilogram. And then of course the iron, which is not already degassed, so that will not contribute much to the gases in there, temperature, whatever. Now I need to cool it down. One way is to do that is to reduce the thermal mass in there, like as in open the valve. And I need to reduce it to 550. I mean, you can look up the alloy values for this yourself. This is not really a teaching video. Yeah, it's cooling down pretty fast. I mean, look at this. And now it's slowed for whatever reason. And now we get solder. Haha. Better safe than sorry. Okay. And here we go. Solder. So we have now 800 grams of solder and 800 grams of electrum. And I will now carry half of all that material over to that rocket thing and the rest in the locker here. Then I will move on to Invar and Constantin. And also, good thing that I just think of this, I should definitely also bring over some steel, which we will definitely need for all that rocket shenanigans. And if I need more steel, then I can just make it. I still have some coal left. I don't have a deep miner for coal, so that's all manually mined. What am I doing? Or maybe I should keep 300 grams here instead of half. There we have solder. Yeah. Combine the two. And these I will bring over. I will also bring over some steel. And when I say some, I mean 500. These go in there. What just happened? That's not actually what I wanted the thing to do. That's what I wanted the thing to do. Yep. Yeah, good reserves. So let's bring that over. And then deal with Invar and Constantin. For which I should already bring in an ingot or so, or two maybe, from our nice stash here. There should be a light in here, so that's what I should bring also. Yeah, I think it should also be constantly lit, I think. Can I already print the launch mount? Launch mount needs 60 steel. Alrighty. And while you're printing that, and only one ping Vasily, let's bring a light or two. Or three. Can I print lights with this thing? No, right? Now the furnace is not empty. That's actually a thing I should do. Go away, content of furnace. Okay, I see you don't hate me. I see you don't like me anymore. But you know, for next time, I still have to tell you, don't complain, it annoys. Yeah, of course, sure. Light. Let's make 4. Can afford it. That's why I make 4. It sounds the same. Cables. 18. Not enough. Okay. I don't have a copper source yet other than me going mining, but I haven't been mining for like 4 episodes now, or 5, because I was doing all the fiddly stuffs, and I also had some resources, but soon I would have to go mining. That might actually even be in this episode, depending on how long I record this. By the way, I published a new video this morning, like 2 hours ago. Let's see how we're doing. The last time I checked, 2 views, 0 comments, 0 likes or dislikes. And now we have 27 views, 1 like and 0 comments. Okay. And for the rocket thing yesterday, there is 1 dislike still, 25 likes, 356 views. That's where I told you, hey, this is how you use rockets, in a video where I found out myself how that works. 2 hours. Yeah. Cables. I need to print cables, even if that costs me copper that I don't appear to be having. Note how I don't have my flashlight on, because this thing is becoming a city. Still printing that, dude. And now I must be careful not to cable up the lights, because the moment of doing so might shock the network, then it gets recalculated. I don't know what's going on there, but that interrupts ongoing printing processes. That is annoying to say the least. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Where could another light be? Maybe in the corner right here? And the others go away until I need them. There we have another door, there we have some cable analyzer. Is there a cable analyzer in this room? Yes, there is. And it's not yet spray painted red. Mea culpa. Mea culpa is Latin, means my guilt. Or I am the one who is guilty for this, or whatever. Or what just happened? It's my fault. I'm not a Latin expert, so I'm not sure which of these, probably all of them. Because it's just 2 words, not a full sentence. By the way, something that Latin teachers will always do, they will tell you, well, there was historically, supposedly, I don't know if it's true, a letter written by someone to someone else, and that letter consisted of 1 letter. Like there was a sheet of paper on which was written 1 letter, and that was the letter I. And that is Latin, the imperative singular for go. So the guy had supposedly been told, well, then I will go there and so forth. Well, should I go there and so forth? Then the letter came back, go.
Hunger caution.
I don't know if that's literally true, but that's what they taught us back then. In, when was that? Like, let me see, about 30 years ago. Yep, that's a while. Where might the cable be? I wonder. Flashlight off. Still looks a bit dark, but yeah. At least it's usable now. So here's the launch mount, and that thing here in that center that is not lit at all, sadly, that will be the place where a rocket can be assembled and launched, and to which it can land, and you can have arbitrarily many of these. But I believe Shadow Drake said that you can have maximally 8 simultaneously, 8 rockets, because else the game might get confused or something. But I believe launch mounts are unlimited, so those are locations to which you can assign your rocket to go. So you can have a launch mount here, a launch mount there. In case I'm too lazy to carry some materials from here to there, I can just launch the rocket here and land the rocket there. Yep, that's the thing. I don't actually know if you have to fly to orbit first completely and then from there land on the other place, or if you can in mid-flight assign that new target. Well, we'll find out, I guess. Here the launch mount goeth, and it has a code here. You can see that 00 whatever 4011. That's the identification of that thing. What do I need? Screwdriver and 4. A screwdriver and 4 steel sheets, that's a new one. Of course I don't have steel sheets on me. How are we doing? Quasi-empty, so it was emptied recently. Quasi-empty, same statement. Relatively full. Relatively full. Here, we're half, 1/3 full or whatever. And now we have 8 here, so we have 4 kilograms of iron. Yeah, let's go all out. In case I need to make steel, the iron will not be the problem. I mean, I'm getting so much iron that I need to reconsider building with iron again, with iron frames and such, instead of steel, because the coal isn't free. That's the cables. Give me the rest. And some heavy cables maybe also, of which I don't have too many lying around. For that I need copper, which I have. Let's see. That's 100. Ah crap, I can't walk past this. Huh. Turn on, turn off. Ah, very convenient. Actually, no, it's not. What? Oh, that was only 100. What am I saying? Do we have enough gold? I think so. Yeah, there will be another stack of heavy cables. Looking good. Alright. Let's feast. Bread. Oh, the helmet is closed. At some point, like I said in the previous video, at some point we will certainly have, I mean like 20, 30 years in the future or earlier, certainly have rendering that will consider all the light sources in an arbitrary distance with their reflections and without frame rate problems and with arbitrarily many lights. And then we can also have stuff like a camera here, surveillance camera that films that stuff, so I could just watch on my tablet how the plants are doing. By the way, that is a thing that Rocketworks team could do right now, in a way, because they already had surveillance cameras, but those were removed because of frame rate problems. However, what's wrong about having a surveillance camera that you can show on your tablet? Like you can switch to that camera on full screen view. The renderer would go through the same, it would just be, okay, what would happen for the programming team in that moment would just be that the camera location and orientation would change, and possibly the field of view. That's all. That's all that would happen. The camera location would change, and that's what it does the whole time. The camera location changes, it changes, it changes. That would then also happen. That's a pretty cool idea. I will actually take a screenshot of this corner up there, as if that tells me anything, to remember making that proposal. And since that proposal is theoretically good, Let me just pause the video and make the proposal right now. Back, baby. Where were we? So that suggestion was made, and also did a few other things, responded to some forum, possibly helped the guy out. Ah, someone already liked the cameras thing. Nice. Cool. Okay, let me read that to you. Surveillance camera, single full screen view, no performance problems is the title. The suggestions forum on the Discord, by the way, has changed like 2 days ago. Or 1 day ago. We now have a new one. The old one is not deleted, so that's why it's still there. The new one is a forum type thing. So when you post something, that will become its own thread where people can respond. So the channel itself looks like a lot of little packages, which are the topics that have been posted. So, would be so cool to take a look at your greenhouse or other things every once in a while, remotely via tablet or something like that. Stationeers did have cameras once, but they were removed for obvious performance reasons. Need to render 2 scenes. But here's a 5-minute solution that fixes this completely. If you look through a camera in the future, there will always be a full screen experience. If we turn on the respective tablet or whatever, the entire screen content will be the current camera. So the developers only have to pretend as if the player has moved to that place and angle, and later we return to the avatar. So I mean, if the devs are hot on doing such a thing, we could have that by the end of next week. But I mean, I don't think they read that new forum. Also, they have a different agenda. I wonder if they would bring back the surveillance cameras, though. If that concept were used, would they be willing to do that? I would like that. That would also be, I mean, a cool thing, like place a camera here, place a camera there, place a camera there. Then you take your remote tablet, however that really works, then you switch to the thing, you can check what's going on, and then you see, oh, why is the air streaming? Oh, that's just a cooling system. Okay, we're fine. Or is it that something broke and you're fucked now? See, that's the kind of stuff. That would be very cool. If we could do that. Which we cannot, because for performance reasons. Which I just solved, because that solution, while quite a crutch, it's a good solution. It works, it gets the job done. And it's, I mean, I don't know how much work that would really be for the developers, but my assumption is it would be very, very, very little work. Kit wall 11. Kit wall this and this many. Kit flat wall, okay. And that's wall. This kind of music I totally love. It's absolutely yummy beautiful. Dude, I'm not listening to that while I'm in the car, alright? Because it doesn't fly. Or does it? Let's put those away also. And then I have steel sheets and glass sheets and plastic sheets. And let's take some iron sheets also. I don't know if those are needed, because I don't want to run twice for no reason. Let's see then what is going on in in the rocket manufacturer. No, how can I continue building the launch mount? Man, the station is really coming along nicely. This automatic thing here with all the storage, good idea, works very well, including the shredder thing. This thing works very well. This guy now has an interrupt button. The stackers are useful. The new stacker system I just established here also leads to a good workflow. Now we have some orderly stuff. We're really getting better here, man. I love this game, and this playthrough is pretty good. I am having fun. By the way, at the beginning of this video, so before 1 minute was spent, the length of this playthrough was at about 59 hours. I did the math yesterday, not actually added them up precisely, but I did take care to consider like this is 20 minutes, this is 40 minutes, so that we could roughly say that's half an hour, and so forth, back and forth. There's still one pending. How do I continue building this? With steel sheets and a screwdriver. And that's the complete launch mount, I think. No, we need a welding torch. And is it completed now? Yes, now we have the complete launch mount and can start building the rocket. In other words, let's make the fuselage. Can we print that? What is required? Fuselage. Kit fuel. Oh, we need steel for that? Unbelievable, because we have steel. And it prints very slowly, so that's another difficulty that the developers are intentionally introducing here. One thing is it takes some time to print, and the other is, since it takes so much time to print, you probably need multiple of these guys, right? So maybe you want to program your manufactories. Or you print lots of fuselages and then you will be annoyed that you did. That's the alternative. So still a bit dark in here. Where could I place another light reasonably? Here the door maybe? This might become an airlock. Well, I would say the most symmetrical-ish looking way to do this would be up here. Now careful with the cabling up. I don't want to interrupt the printing process. Printing process. What is that? Is that the making of a prince? Well, yesterday we made a prince. It's already a bit stale. We need to make a new one. But if you still want one, here we have some corner left of it. Tasty, huh? Alright, and then I would need to make an engine. And so we need to make that decision as to which engine to make. Engine. So we have the pumped liquid engine, we have the pumped gas engine, the pressure-fed liquid engine, and the pressure-fed gas engine. The pressure-fed liquid engine, which is the best of them all, is actually, and also the hardest supposedly, which Shadow Drake himself said, who is pretty proficient when it comes to rocketry, and he commented that on my rocket video. So I actually learned with the hardest engine. But I didn't find it hard. I mean, it just made the fuel, and then the fuel goes in and the thing burns. But it didn't burn strong enough. And so I just had to increase the pressure because it's pressure fed. And how did I do that? With a pressure valve. It wasn't hard at all. I mean, what's hard about that? It's easy. Ah, right. I wanted to complete this cable. Does that look better? Mildly. Feels almost a bit like a waste. Huh. Anyway. Oh, this is a waste. But too bad there are no lights here in the middle. I need to solve that somehow. I don't know how yet, so... And I don't want to occupy anything. So here we have the different fuselages. This one just a simple cylinder, which with stuff in it then, which you can close up. I mean, by building it completely. And it doesn't even have to be built completely. I mean, my rocket that I had in this test video was open. And I wonder, what does that do in space? Will some space air get into it and make things colder or whatever? I mean, I just left it open. It was fine. It just flew nicely. How is that optional, man? So then we have type 2, which just is a bit more decorated, I think. Type 4, for whatever reason. Which I believe has different spray painty patterns. Type 5, I don't know, maybe the same thing I would guess. And then the one with doors that you can open. It has doors on both sides, so if you click here, it will just be a fly-through, basically. Will open on both sides automatically. And then that's the tip of the iceberg, which comes in multiple flavors, painting-wise and also shape-wise. And I actually think that this one is a better choice than one of these, because when you build something, the tip of your rocket, it might actually stick out as a little corner there. And I believe that would not happen when you use this tip, the fairing. Okay, but to build anything here, the first thing we need is the engine mount, which isn't yet completely constructed. What do we need? Welding torch, 1 steel sheet. Is that complete? Yep. The engine mount is complete. So what engine to use? Well, I would need fuel for this thing. On Europa, it should be possible for me to produce the liquid ingredients that I would like to have in there. But can I? Let's see, we have minus 147 degrees. Let's look at oxygen, of course, which is way colder than that. To get liquid, you know. Minus 140, yeah, if the pressure is high enough. So there would have to be a pressure of 1 megapascal or so. Well, that's the pressure we would then naturally get, I guess. Would we? What am I saying? But it's pretty close. I mean, it's hard to get this done. I could use some cooling mechanism to make it even colder, I guess. Which would liquefy it, which would make it hotter again, so that will be a struggle. But I don't want to go that far right now in assemblies. I want to get this thing flying, man. So then we look at volatiles. And there we, at minus 140, the pressure is way lower for that stuff to be liquid. But it's kind of the same general scenario. So what about N2O, if I combine that with volatiles? Alright, nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide. Huh. There would be one liquid component then. What I could actually consider is I could put volatiles, liquid volatiles, in the tank, which is not enough for the rocket to fly. It also needs an oxidizer. And then to pressure feed it, I could just use this stuff here and pipe it in with... I just wonder, what would Stationeers do? What would the game do? I mean, what's coming in there is the gas then. The fact that we don't have the N2O then in liquid form, would that mean that the mixture will not burn? I would assume so, because that's what it means. It's an engine that burns liquid. And so that it burns more liquid, you have to give it some pressure. And of course you can abuse that opportunity to feed in some fuel, why not? I mean, that's something I didn't get right in when I toyed with rockets in that little test video there. I used a half decent fuel mixture as liquid and then force fed it with volatiles, volatile gas. But what I should also have tried is to have a proper fuel mixture and then to force pressure it, I mean to increase the pressure then with gas, and that gas itself is again fuel. The highest acceleration basically, power that I achieved was 38 kilonewtons for the rocket, which is pretty much. I wonder how high we can actually get this, but that's rocket surgery for another day. Yeah, so that's an experiment to eventually conduct, I guess, but I think to get this show on the road, and also I don't have any nitrous oxide or nitrogen lying around, which I could fuse with oxide using power, and power I do have enough. I guess we should go for the gas engines. In other words, gas engine. And how do we have that then? We have the pressure-fed gas engine. Inefficient, but very powerful. Moves gas from each of its two inputs based on the pressure of the input pipes. Control the mixing ratio of fuels by tweaking the input pressures to target a 2-to-1 mixture, and that of course brings with it the trouble of them possibly having different temperatures, the two gases, which everybody knows in Stationeers, because there's the gas mixer item, which I basically never use because it's insufficient, I think. You pipe some gas in and you pipe some other gas in, and then you set the ratio, and that's what the gas that comes out. Problem is, if these gases have different temperatures, then the mixture will not be even. Why? Because let's say this gas is super hot, this gas is super cold, this guy goes by pressure, and what comes out here then will be something that will be mixed evenly, let's say it was set to 50, by pressure, but the moles will not be even. And if what you're trying to achieve is an actual proper fuel mixture, then you have to go, what are moles? Some people don't know that. Well, you can just think about that like the absolute amount of gas. I mean, if you heat up some gas, the distance between its particles, between its molecules, will become bigger. But the overall amount doesn't increase. It will just feel like more. That's why the pressure goes up. The distance between them grows because they're moving about so aggressively, and that push them apart. That's the reason, actually. And that's also how this gas mixer measures how the evenness by volume, by the pressure, basically. But on the other side, then we will have something that is even, but it will not have the same amount of things, the same amount of molecules. That's why I don't use the gas mixer, and that's why I'm not going to use the pressure-fed gas engine. Instead, I will use the pumped gas engine. The most reliable of all the rocket engines, the pumped gas engine runs on a 2-to-1 mix of volatiles or oxygen to oxygen gas. And so I can just give it some fuel gas, which I actually have lying around still. I have some tanks still from my lander. Why not use that? I got 29 euros as a little present from Trade Republic. Thank you. Pumped gas engine. So I can just use this. That is the quickest thing to get us into orbit. So let's print the pumped gas engine. Kit pumped gas liquid engine, kit pumped gas engine. We need copper. I don't have too much copper right now, but I do have copper. Oh, the dawning is morning or something. Let's look at the clock. Our little sun clock is saying the sun is over yonder, and if you behold, there are no stars here. Stars? No stars. That's Jupiter occluding everything. And as opposed to the ridiculous color implementation, beautiful but ridiculous, of the older terrain system, where Jupiter would cast darkness into the atmosphere. How does it do that, man? It's outside the atmosphere. But now we just have it occluding what's coming from the outside, but otherwise the atmosphere is not affected. Anyway, so the sun is currently that way, like in the middle of Jupiter, and at some point it will be there, and then that's the morning. And then I will go mining, because I need some more materials. And since that will happen at a point appointed by the reality that surrounds me, which is usually a surprising event, I will now prepare for that, so that I'm ready when it cometh.
Incoming.
Oh.
Storm. Incoming.
Look at that.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
I should actually turn that into minutes and
Storm.
seconds, no?
Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Rendering textures. For each line, one. Is this the storm thing? It is the storm thing. Here we have the LED weather, and that is where I write the text to be written. And I'm setting that to mode string and saying storm. Or I'm setting that to mode string and say no storm. How about setting that to mode string here also, in other words, never change the mode, and then writing the appropriate value. Do we have some lines left? Yeah, we have some lines left. So let's do that then. I want to show that in minutes and seconds, if that is possible. Let's see. Mode string, does it have a colon? I mean, that's maybe a stupid question, but maybe it doesn't. Move R1 str like 6.23. Is that a thing that can be done? Yep.
Store. Incoming. Store.
Okay, now let's do some math. We currently have the seconds, which I'm currently rounding for no reason whatsoever, because that will now no longer be the case. LEDs small, the weather thing. Is something being prepared up here? No? Default, no storm incoming, white, on. And then I send the mode and the setting. I think we should do all of these things above the source code, above the main loop. Here. Color white. And turn it on. And set it to string. Which I should do before I turn it on, because it feels better. Prepare everything and then start the machine. See also logic chips that you turn on and then they blink an error because you haven't yet used the screw. And do you really want to use a logic chip while it's on? Do you really want to screw around there? Literally, that's not a good thing, because what will happen is that you're scrolling through all the things and all of them will be affected. So my surveillance camera thing still only has one like, okay. Lazy people. Like and subscribe. No, I mean, this is really, maybe the devs will every once in a while look in that forum and see what has been upvoted the most. And then they might implement that. Get me? It's too bad we can't sort this by this. By the way, the upvote symbol that they have chosen is the Rocket Works logo. That is available as an thing here. Or is it something that they... No, it's the default. I mean, this one, for example, has none. No likes whatsoever, and still the Rocketworks symbol is being shown there. So that's the idea, I guess. If I scroll around here, there's one with 13, for example, where someone says, a way to condense logic chips into less space. Yeah. 13 likes. 18 likes, cable layer tool. 26 likes, cable crossing. So, where you cross the cables without them connecting. 14 likes. Canister slot in portable scrubber. Canister slot in portable scrubber. Ah, so you could release the content, I guess, without carrying it through the airlock or something. IC10 script sort search. Ah, that's for the script management. I don't care about that. I will manage my scripts externally. We'll also show you how that's done. In a good way, that will just blow anything that they could implement here completely out of the water, and so you will not even consider it once it's built in. Using IntelliJ IDEA, which is free. And here 18 likes, IC10 editor improvements, allow multi-line select copy paste, allow tagging scripts published to the workshop, and so forth. Ingot heat. Not everyone will like this, but I enjoy seeing ingots holding a heat value. Yeah, then we're talking about generally materials holding a heat value, I guess, but why not start with ingots, for which that would be most reasonable. Whatever that will do then. And my things that I posted was, gas sensors should be paintable, 10 likes. New slot type, single item, for bigger yet balanced inventories. So we could have more slots in our backpack, but you could only put single items in there, into those particular slots. So then we would not be pack mules or whatever, but we could more conveniently go and build new structures. Like here's the transformer, and there's the active vent, that kind of thinking. And the surveillance cameras, 1 like. And that's all of the 3 I made so far. And the video I published an hour ago or 2, 40 likes, 0 comments, 40 views. Sorry. 0 comments, 3 likes. Got you going there, huh? Weather station. So we don't need to set the color white, and we don't need to turn it on. All of that has been done. We don't need to set the mode string. All of that has been done. We don't need to set the mode string. We don't need to set the mode string. Now we need to set the string though. And what should it look like? What should it be like? Good question. Actually, did I really think this through? I need to assemble the digits now. I didn't even think of this. But let's do it, I would say. That would be a cool thing. Does it still fit down here? Tricky. I could compress things up there though, easily saving like 8 lines. So let me think. I want to write the minutes and seconds. It will be this and this many minutes, and it will be this and this many seconds. So I already know how many digits it will have. What if it has more than 9 minutes though? Is that a possibility? I don't know. The highest I've seen so far was like 600 seconds, which is... oh, that's 10 minutes. Oh. So we need to be ready for 4 digits. But it's not that complicated. I need to basically... I need a subroutine that edits a number. Oh crap. This will be more lines than I have. I cannot do this here. It's too many lines. I would need to make a subroutine that... I'm pretty sure that... No, those are not enough lines to pull this off. Crap! So I have to undo the changes I made, but this will be not as bad as it sounds. Just remove this. And then whenever we access this guy, we are writing this or that. Or this. Sorry. If there would be more lines, that would be working, but no.
Store. Incoming. Store.
So I want to fetch some copper to print that engine. We have 50 copper left. 10 copper is what I would need. Oh, I have this double-click problem again. Thank you, Rocketworks. That is actually helpful in this particular instance. I will certainly need more than 10 grams of copper, but if only I had need for the extra power. But this will at least allow us some... By the way, I can shut this guy up. And the lever will reset whenever we're not in the storm incoming phase of things.
Store.
Yeah, it would be cool to look at what the incoming power is. For contrast, let's do that right now. I could have done that here actually. So the power incoming is currently 3.8 kilowatts. We also had 6 kilowatts at some point when I put up the extra wind turbines, which are still up. So that's a potential right now. During a storm, I believe each of these produces 20,000 watts. So 3 of them will already max out my 50 kilowatts transformer that I have here. And I could add another one, I know, but I'm not going to do that because that's cheating. It will actually duplicate the power instead of solving the immediate problem of having a max setting of 50,000. Yeah, so we will definitely get 50 kilowatts charge here. Oh, actually let's look at the batteries. This one is pretty discharged, this one. I'm using currently more power than I'm producing. Not a concern, because I have so many batteries and the storm is incoming. pumped gas engine. So let's think. What are the materials that I would want to fetch? Gold, I have burned through a lot of that. Still have some, but I should take that with me. Gold is very important, so take that with. Copper is also brutally important, and silicon also, which I don't have too much left of. I mean, I have like 300, I think, in the form of an ingot, so it's not really urgent. But I mean, thanks to all the tips from you guys, I now have French fries, or even rather bread, which has the same effect when it comes to how much I can drink. So I can actually go out there with 175 water instead of just 100, so I can mine for longer. So that will be easily, I think, a whole hour of mining that is incoming later in this video. And for that I should prepare. So, silicon, copper and gold. Then I believe my nickel bag, my nickel bag should be full. Here, this is the engine. Here's Grace. Must be placed inside an ensign fuselage. Are you kidding me?
Power critical.
Are you kidding me? How is this? What's going on? Oh, here, there we go. I just placed that stupidly. Yeah. You have to place it from below, then it works. That is a pretty dumb thing, but okay. What else do we need? 5 kit pipe. And just again, I had the impression as if the wind sound had a dropout, as if there was a short gap there. 5 kit pipe. Huh. So I should fetch some pipes then. And actually some insulated pipes also for the actual construction of the rocket.
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming. Store. Store incoming.
3 minutes.
Store incoming.
And what's the power that's coming in through these guys? Can I see that also?
Store
Is currently, where would the display be?
incoming. Store
I don't know. I know I have a display somewhere. Ah, yeah, right here. Incoming currently 600 watts, which will be actually that can be over 50,000. Wait a second. Oh, I may have a significant problem because there's no transformer yet between these guys and my batteries. So they have infinite draw, and over here, how many wind turbines do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 28 wind turbines. Each of these delivering 1000 watts, so it's 28,000 watts. No problem whatsoever. Okay, these cables can withstand it. So how much power was that? 600, I think I saw. That's the power we're using. That's the power that's coming in. Right now 4 kilowatts, okay. Now we are at 1.5 minutes. Yeah, ish. I guess I should stay here now for the last and just deal with the plants. Soybeans are ready. Wheat is ready. How many more do I need to make bread? 2. The baker man is baking bread. Produce loaf of bread.
Store incoming.
Save. Oh, the lever is not resetting. I thought it would. Cool that they now have a transition, right? I mean, these guys are good. You just have to give them the time and the money. Too bad they don't have either. So the team is small, so they don't have time. So how much power is coming in? Fuse didn't blow, batteries are suspiciously full, and what's coming in is one... Excuse me? That's all we're getting? 1,600 watts? Oh, right, no, I'm stupid. The potential, yeah, that's the power that we're using, actually, and so that's kind of flowing through, so to speak. 28 kilowatts right now. And over there, we should be getting redonkulous amounts of power. Did I open that window? I'm not sure. Oh, I did. Oh, that's not good. Happens far too easy. Why do I have two now? I mean, why do I still have some window left here? Oh, this window also? What's happening? I'm confused. Oh, yeah. Dude. Alright, so power coming in. Power being used is 2,700 watts, and power coming in 50,000 watts. What else? But how much power is actually being produced by the wind turbines? It should be way over 100,000 watts. Okay, 360,000 watts are coming, which we are uselessly blowing away because Rocketworks has this bug here in their power system. The batteries are surely full soon. Oh, my battery is empty.
Temperature low.
So any storm visible here in my little vacuum box where the solar panels are standing? Cool, right? I mean, this is how it would be in reality, in principle, except oh, actually, that's how it would feel. You might feel some kind of murmuring in your feet, in the ground. You might actually hear that through your bones or whatever, or in your spacesuit, because everything is being shaken slightly. But ultimately, yeah, that's what the experience would be. Eerily silent, even though it's such a violent storm out there. It looks so good, man. That new storm stuff that they made. Beautiful. That's a bit weird. Screenshot.
Waste tank caution.
So where was I?
Hunger caution.
Welding torch for steel sheets. Welding stone. La 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 la. Oh, that's the entire engine. And there's a throttle value 100%, which Shadow Drake told me in the forum today, in the comments. Yeah, you can adjust that. Next thing we would need is, well, a few more fuselage kits. Should have printed it earlier. My thought was just print it, assemble it. While you're assembling it, print the next one with this option that there will not be, that it will not resume after that. Fuselage. Bip, bop. Leave the pipes here. Maybe also some steel sheets and prepare for mining. Reminds me of the original Tron film, that sound. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're a Philistine. Huh, I'm actually 99% convinced that that's correct. Let me see. Philistine. Yep, okay, and pronunciation?
Philistine.
Yep. Hello, can I continue playing this? Yeah, for whatever reason it was stalling. Preparing for mining. Let's take the bread, put it here. These are the miscellaneous ones, with nothing in them. Then we have gold, or rather don't, so I want to mine more of that stuff. Then we have copper, or rather don't, so I want to mine more of that stuff. Then we have this stuff, which I have enough of, at least for the immediate future, so I will just ignore that. If I come across it, I might mine some, but otherwise no. Silver, also still enough, I would say. Lead, could use some lead. I mean, I make large badges when I use this stuff. But what I definitely need is coal. What about, yeah, could also use some more of that stuff. So if we come across it, I mean, some advanced things would require cobalt, so eventually there will be the advanced furnace, and then I want to give it something to eat, man. We have enough of this, so for now we don't need to dig for that. Also, that's easy to do if need be. Now let's prepare all the batteries. The storm is over, but it's still night. Well, you could start mining during the night. Why do I look like Knight Rider? Hello? Full enough. Ah, we're right, of course, the mining drill battery, which is here. Could be fuller. I wonder if I should take an extra battery with me, but I think all those charged tools, that's enough. Oxygen.
Air tank critical.
Also, oxygen purity. %. Jetpack is still relatively full, but
Jetpack critical.
I want to prepare properly. Tracker. Here's the location that we have. There's the home sweet home machine. Oh, this one doesn't yet switch automatically. That's actually a thing that I should have here. And to implement that should take only a few seconds. Where is the laptop? Because I did already implement this. All I need to do is take this chip, import. Oh, I need a new chip. Do I have one? No, I don't. Then I need to print one. Can I print one? If not, I would take the one from the atmospherics unit outside, which is still empty. The one at the furnace. Could need some gold. Oh, there's more. Chip goes in, export, chip goes in, problem solved. I guess. Yep. I convenienced myself. So we get the best of both worlds. And the sun is out. Time to take a short break and then mine. Let's go mining. One last, wait. munch and drink. Oh, I could breathe more, yeah. And off we go.
Oxygen low.
Filters are good. Oh, I forgot the waste tank.
Critical.
Okay, I'm not wasting anything yet. Coal. Don't mind if I do. Should actually bring some gas mixing stuff like volatiles and oxide. Actually, what am I saying? Oxide? Am I fucking drunk? If I want a gas mixer, what I need is volatiles and EUROPA. That is what I need. Because it has oxygen, which is what the oxide would be good for. Yeah. Yeah, but maybe it's not the time yet to do this. I mean, that would fill my inventory in 3 seconds. What is happening? Oh, how did I do that? What? How did I get this? Right, I pressed the C key, right? No, which one did I press? F? G? G. Must have pressed G accidentally. That's not on the... I reconfigured it because I never need it like this. That's why I reconfigured it. Still, I want it reachable in case I do. Apparently I was just inconsistent. So I'm suffering it now, and you're all witness to it. Learn from it. Iron? No, please. I'm not gonna get iron. That would be shamefully stupid of me to do. To intentionally get iron. You go here, you go here, you go boss, and... oh, some more coal. Just a few more months or maybe years, and then... the world, it will have changed. No one believes this, I know. It's so funny. And sad to look at all the people and not look at them and see that what is see them not see. That's a sentence I'm trying to formulate for about 15 seconds now, and every time it comes out differently. So see them not see is ultimately the meaning I'm trying to transport. I see the people not see, and I can only shake my head. But it will come. It's just that the things to be seen are so very cumulated. I mean, the impact is high. It's like when you're getting to the end of the writing of a book, or the end of a project, like a new product that you want to launch. You're getting to the end of it, and then suddenly everything goes wrong for some reason, and the reason actually is Newton's third law of motion. Because the action that you're trying to execute there is to change the world. Once that product is done, once it's out, that will have an effect on the world. And this effect is like a weight that you have to lift. You have to be strong enough to do that. You have to be persistent enough. You have to suffer the feedback that interferes with your personal flow, that makes you forget things, that makes some alarm clock maybe not function if it has the potential to malfunction in that wrong moment, and so forth. Yes, all of that is true. You might think that is stupid. Well, it would be stupid to actually interpret the events that you're experiencing in everyday life in this particular way. And I personally do not do that, because that would be borderline schizophrenic when you're beginning to interpret the actual meaning of events. But ultimately, structurally, that is how it works. And the project to be completed here is mankind to awaken to the truth. And I keep telling you the truth from various angles, like for example, the importance of mind cleanup, how important the mind is. I mean, when I say this, it might sound a bit insulting, because lots of you, well, interpret, well, you think us stupid. With these things we know these things, and then just read me differently and just consider those words not be aimed at you. Obviously I don't know who I'm actually talking to, right? But I know what I'm actually talking about. And I don't hear this mentioned often. I mean, wisdom, and I mean what I'm conveying there is wisdom, literally. And that, of course, then we're entering the realm of, well, you're pretentious. I mean, when someone says, I'm a wise person, here's wisdom for you, that sounds so pretentious. Partly because people's allergy against wisdom. Then also because people would try to elevate themselves over others by saying, I'm wise and intelligent, behold my presence and being, because people just want my energy, they want more participation, more power over the world, because the more you're capable of shaping the world in your image, yeah, that's at least your interpretation will make you more happy. Now we all want to grow, and growth implies that we take territory. But the territory here talking about is not land that you could buy, but it is the canvas that we all share, the canvas of the shape of reality, the canvas of the colors of reality. I mean, there are many people who cannot even tell you the difference between wisdom and knowledge. And then they start interpreting and whatever. But I think the most poignant definition would be knowledge is low-level information and wisdom is high-level information. And when I say information, I mean facts that are describing the world, not some made-up stuff and so on. So high-level stuff, that would be on understanding how the world works. And low-level stuff, that is to say, well, this car is indeed parked over there and not over here. That is truth, but it's just data, it's just some everyday life fact, who cares? Wisdom is on a higher level, where so many potential things are contained and would therefore allow you to make so many allow to make decisions. And I have a shit ton of that available and keep throwing that at you, and that's the terminology for it. I'm sorry if that grinds someone's gears if I call it that, but what does that word exist for then? Oh, right, I forgot. It's a third-person word. You shall always ever hear it when someone else is described, not when something is described that you yourself are conveying, because somehow it's illegal or whatever. But I think it's certainly wise to waltz all over that and say, if it's a fact and if it's truth, you fucking use it. You might say, well, not necessarily, because for example, if there's an atheist in the Bible Belt of the United States, what am I doing? Why am I minding this stuff? I just want to make the stack full. And they're telling their parents, I'm an atheist. The parents will read that as, I'm a devil worshipper, which is not what that means. Then it would rather have been wise to shut the fuck up, right? But ultimately the concept are related. I'm saying that if there are situations where for whatever reason truth is not accepted, even though it's really just true and also relevant, then it's a good way to just do it anyway. Let the people be angry, let them throw shit at you, let them, the only way to teach the public what's right is to manifest right until they have submitted. That's the only way. Beat them over the head with the truth until they say, okay, truth, alright, fine, fine, okay. It's okay. I accept. You might say this will not ever happen, but then we are back at these mechanisms at play. I'm not going to go into those now. The apocalypse is going on, you know. And that will leave a lot of people dead, actually. It's a mechanism in reality, it's not something anyone does. And all you have to do to not fall victim to it is be a friend of the truth. Be a friend of the truth. That's all, to make sure that the apocalypse itself doesn't kill you. Doesn't mean that the others participating in this overall endeavor were still making sure that the innocent get punished and the guilty get rewarded, will not on the last steps of this journey make sure that, well, that someone else gets hurt too. Oh, more. No. Yes. We can also leave out this whole God stuff and apocalypse stuff and look at the world in a different way that I've already also described a few times. Can we say that the truth matters more these days than it did like 1,000 years ago? Technically, yeah, I would definitely say. I mean, if 1,000 years ago someone would, I don't know, have touched some animal feces accidentally, which is possible, I mean, out there in the wild, definitely. And then afterwards not wash their hands because they didn't know that's a thing, and then have eaten, then they might have caught some parasite or some bacteria that are bad for them, because not all bacteria are bad. And then they would die. Or maybe they wouldn't die, but the one that they kiss or whatever. I mean, you know. So that was still relevant truth. For the individual, yes. But now we're living in a world where so much of what we do is decided by the information that is tossed at us. Like the news lying at us 24/7 basically. Well, they're selecting things. That gives us a biased perspective. They are in the mission to fill that channel 24/7 with that stuff. So they tell you things even when there's nothing to be said, so they have to not maybe make up things necessarily, but well, certainly that's again the thing with the selection, you know, what do they select to show you? And then they also have their certain news customers, so this might actually lead then to them making political statements that are just not true, but if they would take the other position, then they would lose customers. And all of that's happening, and so that's a bad source. The legacy media, as some people call them, they are really the legacy media. That's really the truth. They will end. It's happening. It's necessary. And so it will happen. Ultimately, I mean, see, look at this. Copying music. Let me just change the heater situation here. Okay. Copying music, which is not necessarily illegal, not necessarily, but usually, just copying it, that is an easy thing on a technical level. And just for the record, I am not doing that at all. I just listen to the radio and I have enough music in my life, thank you very much. Well, if so, then I can just get that from YouTube, where it already is, so... Well, usually that's even the website of the artist, so... I mean the channel, so I don't know what you're on about. Direction? Seems wrong actually, because if I keep increasing that negative value, I mean making it even more negative, then I will fall over the edge of the world, and the world will say, no, you will not fall over here, you have to stop, turn back, ha ha ha. I don't want that. So I mean, this format. I mean, television. Okay, so copying music is easy, and since the people wanted the easy way to access music, not necessarily the illegal way. I mean, just look at Steam. Now that we have Steam and have been having for like 20 years or so, it's easy to buy a game and to buy a game for cheap, and so the people do that. They want an easy distribution platform, and you just click a button, you can play the game. Awesome, great. Thank you, Gabe Newell, is what the gamers say, and what also the game studios say if they ask themselves really what the alternative would be. Not that they are really friends so much with Steam on other fronts, because Steam is certainly effectively fighting for the consumers with the low prices and the wishlist stuff and so forth and so forth and so forth. Anyway, but what I'm saying is that the structures in reality will adapt as to the energy, as to the pressure of the energy. That happened when it comes to games. That happened when it comes to music, because the labels, the music labels, they are selling you the music now as a streaming and online and so forth, and often as a package. Like you pay here and so forth. So that's the stuff that happened because the collective force of our will, of the will of billions of people, was just too strong to be resisted. That's not just a matter of politics, like we have to call our senators and make that happen, but it's just a force that applies in reality itself. Because all that exists is will. But even if you don't want to look that way, you can still look at information. You can say the music labels, they realize that people want that, and they want to sell more music, and so they can just use this new avenue, where the people would then go and would say, hey, this is what I could do, okay, here's your money, thank you for the music. And in the same way, the legacy media and television by itself will ultimately die. Because the pressure of selection of what you actually want is so great. I want not a push medium that tells me when to watch what, but I want to choose based upon my freedom, based upon my emotion, based upon my opportunity, based upon my interest, like what is this next episode I want to watch, or I just watched this film, this reminds me of that other film that I also want to watch. That's how I want to do it. And so since we kind of all want to do that, and here there's a big abstraction step that we can take, and that you should take with me, please. Thy will be done. No, it's not the old thing that I keep saying the whole time. I'm saying that ultimately the best way to be successful as a business is to figure out what it is what the people want, and then you give them that, because then they will find you as the partner that they want to throw their money at, because you make their will real. That is the whole trick, man. Of course, okay, the trick, that's not the entire trick. Part of the trick is, I mean, maybe they want just your washing machines for free, and so you bring them to them, deliver them for free, and then they go bankrupt. What a great business strategy. See, there's a little bit more to that. But ultimately, really the goal is try to figure out what the people want, and try to give them that in a way that would make you money. And then guess what? They will come flocking. That's the trick. And that's also the trick in interactions, and when it comes to find lovers and sex partners and so forth. Try to figure out what someone wants, give them that, and then they will want you as the vending machine into which they then throw their whatever it is that you want to get out of that, money or whatever. That was an unfortunate association, but okay, I guess. And then, yeah, that's how it works. That's how the energy will flow. And if that is so, then we can already take and that's one of the things that Elon Musk did, I guess, asking himself what is it that the people want, and go there straight away. And so having this plan for decades now to make mankind a multiplanetary species. That's what the electric vehicles are about. That is what the boring thing is about. That's what I think that is, and that's what the of course SpaceX is about, and so forth and so on. But okay, let's move topic, because some people are irrationally allergic to that guy, and I don't get that really, because the guy is definitely a genius, super capable, and so forth and so on. I do not deny that some of the decisions that he makes are ridiculous, but I mean, if you're listening to this video, then you're here probably because you regularly or relatively often check out a video of this channel, and you are doing this despite me being an idiot and sometimes an asshole every once in a while. I mean, so what does that mean? It means that the overall benefit you get out of it is sufficient for you to stick around anyway. And that's the way you would have to look at Elon Musk. Is he a piece of shit, an idiot or whatever? Well, everybody is that every once in a while. But what's the net, what's the overall score if you add up the person? And, well, anyone thinking, well, with Elon Musk, definitely wholesale negative, man, what are you saying? Those people are idiots, I'm sorry. It's the only way I can say it. How can you say that that person is, when you add everything up about him, overall rather a burden than a blessing upon the planet? I really do not understand. I mean, someone could explain that to me and then would change my opinion. But I mean, I have been looking around in the world, so the amount of data that I've gathered makes that kind of change of view very unlikely. And yes, I know that people are burning to death in these cars every once in a while because they have this ridiculous door handle concept and so forth. But anyway, net positive, that's what I'm saying. So back on topic, the topic being follow the energy. But no, you don't have to wait until the energy goes to a place and then you follow it. What you can do instead is you can estimate where the energy will go, and then you act accordingly. And where will the energy go? Very simple. We want to free our will. We want the entire world at all times to be our personal playground of freedom. That's what we want. That's what mankind has been pursuing for 100,000 years. Since the first human said, well, actually, I seem to be a human. Okay. There, project begins now. Of course, if you now pursue something on a high abstraction level like this, you might then be too early. And I am in some regards too early. I've adapted my behavior and thinking and so forth for a world that isn't yet. But I know this world will come. It is inevitable, it's logical, and it's imminent also. Anyway, we're living in a world now where information, where truth is more important than it was many years ago. I think we can say that's definitely a fact. I think one of the things that are so great about this song is that it is delivering very slowly a very, very great emotional mass. So it's like a moving gas giant or something. Maybe I should aim for copper now. I mean, I think I have enough coal for now. What direction am I heading towards? The wrong direction, huh? So that's not right. If I find some water, I guess I have been here before. Look at this. This looks like me, doesn't it? Look at an asshole. That's all? Oh, nitrise. I thought there was water. Never mind. Yeah. So the music is doing that with slowness, but also with a bit of mass, so it's massive, this track. And that's what makes this one so appealing. And it's also minimalistic. It just pushes exactly the right buttons and with the right energy and speed. And that's what makes it so... See, that's one of those examples where truth matters. What does the song have to do with truth? Well, I said pushing the right buttons. Like figuring out what to do and then doing exactly that thing. Being on point instead of just randomly all over the place or rapping some "I was at the bar last night and there you were you" in their voice synthesizer machine thing, because singing is dead and all that. You know, nope, no thanks. And I tell you, we will stop that insanity. Not saying it won't be used again. I believe that even London Grammar is using it, but they are using it in a way where it's like making the sound stronger and blasting it even like a laser beam in your face. And then I'm very okay with that. If it's properly used, for example, as an effect, or if just the outcome sounds very pleasant, then fine, do it. But if it's just obviously a crutch for you to also participate in that great game of I have a record out, yeah, and I'm on the radio. Dude, there was something special back in the day, but now it's just spam. Please don't strive for that. It's... I don't know. Anyway, we're living in a world where the truth matters more. And now I ask you, what will be the development of that? Will that trajectory increase or decrease? Well, if you look at the example of AI, then we know it will definitely increase. Because AI, if we're using LLMs and such, there are some people who are kind of allergic to AI, and those people are of course also stupid. Because AI, for example, could you talk to a chatbot 10 years ago that was really good at making it seem as if you're having a meaningful information exchange? No. Now we have that. That is an achievement that has been made possible with AI. So there. Now there's of course already a strong argument. I mean, if anything, we can now have helpful support agents that would save a lot on support stuff and therefore make support better, not worse, better. Because now more people get answers more quickly, but then of course you have to push through to actual human support if needed, and so forth and so forth. But anyway, AI doesn't stop there. I mean, autonomous driving, for example, is already a thing. I mean, recently I saw a video of a Tesla doing something not very successful, was just driving along the road, and there was something lying on the ground, like some plating or so, and the car didn't notice it, and so it drove over it, and then it was lifted up by the vacuum by the air pressure, and so the car was then considerably damaged. That's pretty stupid. But I mean, a human could have made the same mistake, and that's not the last level of it ever achieving. I mean, the assumption that AI will become more powerful is a good one because it's a correct one. It's just a good way to look at things, and so it will also be used more. But I mean, it's like with the record studio, or with the radio stations, or with photos that people take, and so forth and so on. The more something is possible, the more it will be done, and so there will be lots of shit. But there will also be some things that are super great, and they wouldn't have existed without us as a species having achieved this level of technology and culture. That's how you have to look at it. And of course the goal of us as a species and culture should be to try to keep the amount of crappy crap that is being pumped out small, or at least make sure that it's easy to find the good stuff in that ocean, and that the good stuff doesn't get submerged in all that spam. Right? I mean, I think we need some crappy films out there so that we can also have the good ones. Maybe that's even necessary. I mean, for example, basically what we want is a very good film, and someone needs to make that though. That costs $100 million, roughly. Or these days, it ridiculously 500 million even, which is really stupid. I mean, it shouldn't be that expensive. Things haven't become so much more expensive. They didn't. And that's what we wish for, that the good stuff will be made, but it costs that amount of money, and that amount of money needs to exist in the hands of those who make those films happen. And for that to exist, they need to shit out some crappy products that some idiot pays for. That's the situation that we're in. You might say, well, that's not good. Yeah, that is not good. I agree. That is reality itself not being sufficient yet. And we are working on that collectively to make it into what we want it to be. And everybody must contribute. Or at least, I mean, don't sit down on the sofa that we're trying to lift up here, but don't sit down on it. You don't have to help carry it, but at least don't sit down on it, please. Because then, at some point, you will receive your justified punishment. And I'm looking forward to that happening, because that will be the most effective measure of making sure that people will in the future not do that. And I think people need punishment. They don't want to be sane without some push, and so let there be push, goddammit. Wer nicht hören will, muss fühlen. Those who don't want to listen will have to feel. That's all it is. And what we're missing is a mechanism that will make the people feel. The push is missing. So let there be push. Let there be pain. Let there be suffering. Let there be destruction. So that the people learn. So that they have their compass that they so need. A compass that they're not willing to look at. So the compass needs to scream in their face. So that they have to agree, okay, there's something I need to pay attention to here. That's how it is. Sadly, but that's how it is. I need lots more copper, definitely. Because I only have this little bit here.
Hunger, caution.
Shut up! That's copper. Yep. So I think you agree that the relevance of correct information and of information exchange I'm sorry, increased over the course of time, over history. And I think we probably agree that this will keep going on, that this will keep increasing. So, doesn't this mean that we will probably enter an age of truth? Because if that is so important, then we will ultimately have more manifested reality by means of information exchange and information processing and making of information, saying things, making things up, lying, and so forth. That will manifest reality more than it did in the past. But reality is the truth. I mean, even if a reality is manifested that is effectively a lie, ultimately, conceptually, it is always the truth. And so we will ultimately have to suffer it. And therefore, reality itself, by the fact that we have to suffer it, will make sure that basically reality will force us under punishment of pain, well, under pain of actual pain, I would say, of death and destruction and losses and so forth, to become basically flawless minds. Because our minds interact with reality. I mean, isn't it mind-blowing? Why does no one see this? Why do we not act as if this is... I mean, I know that I'm not stupid. I mean, to say that I have thought about stuff, not to phrase it even more harshly, unpleasantly. So yeah, but still, how isn't that a thing that is obvious enough for everybody to have grasped it? That we are entering further and further an age where the relevance of information, which will then ultimately lead to manifested reality, right? Well, ultimately by feedback that other people experience, and then by extension also ourselves, force our minds to do that right, to do that correctly. And this in turn implying that our minds must be capable of doing that correctly, or at least knowing when and when not to be careful, which is then already an improvement of the mind. So in other words, how is it not visible to all of you that we will ultimately enter an age of reason where reality will force us basically physically to have better minds, where your thoughts will be enforced by physical power, where basically our minds and reality will become one thing, but in a frequency kind of way. I'm not saying that our thoughts will become manifested reality. That's not what I mean. But what I mean is that the path between what's happening in your head and what's manifested reality in both directions will be very short, will be very direct, and that's what it has already become. I mean, you tell your smartphone turn on the radiator when you when you're on the ride home, or your washing machine, so that when you get home things will already have happened, or you order your pizza or whatever, and you can tell your machine with just a few clicks to do some things automatically for you. How is that not mind over matter? How is that not your thoughts, your minds commanding the physical reality? At least we're very close to this now, aren't we? Closer than we were, and this distance and the power will increase and increase and increase, and therefore the responsibility that every person has to do this right will increase and increase and increase, and therefore the direct force of reality imposed upon your brain, upon your mind, to become sane, to become one structured thing that I keep preaching to you in basically every video. Become sane, man. Clean up your fucking head. Become one logical structure instead of like 5 people who come together every once in a while but otherwise are switching over depending on situation. That is a force that will be applied to you. So it's better for you to agree to that out of free will. Go there out of free will instead of waiting for that force, because let me tell you, that force will come, and it will come suddenly. It will come suddenly, because once it's there, this will not just affect one individual. That will be an infrastructural thing. And it's coming, for example, it's just an example, will come, for example, in the form of AI, where the information that we hand over to these things when we talk to them, for example, if it's an LLM situation, should be designed in the optimal way to affect the optimal outcome. It's just one example of many. And this will increase on many fronts, and eventually it will have a level where we will really be forced into sanity, into sane thinking. But once that happens, that will not happen to one person, that will happen to all people, or to most people. It will fade in, I guess, over the course of a year or two, maybe, as a wave that wafts through the people, here's an individual, there's an individual, dithering in, dithering out, and then after a few months many more people will be affected, and eventually basically the majority of the people, at least in the Western Hemisphere that is so high-tech and so information dependent, will have been affected like this. But then it will come as a force, because it will come on all fronts. And let me tell you another thing. If you are ready for this, then you will not just be one who is not suffering it when it happens, but you will also be one of the ones who drives it. You will be one of the ones who decides which direction this goes. Yeah, of course, because what we're trying to achieve is freedom of will, freedom of mind. That has been the project for 100,000 years, so that we get away from the pain of eating infested uncooked flesh to cooked flesh, or maybe fruits and so forth, into a home where you don't have to freeze, where we can shower whenever we need to, and so forth, or whenever we want to, even where the force goes away and we can just decide freely. Like, let's take another shower today. I had 2 already, let's take a 3rd one. Ridiculous, I know. That has always been the project, to free our will, to free our minds. And this means that once this distance between will and reality that is shortening and shortening is getting smaller and smaller. Do you not see that? Is also forming the reality that we find ourselves in a more direct way. Which also means that if you look around in the world and try to learn from it, be aware that you're looking mostly at the minds of people who have affected the world. I mean, when you're trying to find out how do we actually have political systems, how do we vote, then you will learn that, well, you vote for this politician and this way, and you read up on their project, on their party program and so forth. And all of that is, of course, bullshit, because once they have been elected, they will do anything they want. And there's nothing that holds them back, other than you might not vote for them again next time. But otherwise they don't care. And they might not care because this whole career that they have, they will make sure that they already set their pathways, their opportunities for after their political career. So they only want to be in power to make the right decisions, often, so that they will basically get paid by the industry and so forth. Once they are right then and later also, when they become board members somewhere, which happens all the time. Anyway, that's something that we see then in the world and think, oh, that's the way it has to be. No, that's just the way that the majority has decided it should be implemented because the majority is a piece of shit idiots, stupid. That's what's going on. Of course, we have to vote not for people, but for the things that we want to be implemented. If we want this to be implemented, then we vote for this thing. We have to vote for topics, not for people? That's insane, man. I mean, if the goal is to achieve a thing, then guess what? You vote for the thing.
Temperature low.
That is so redonkulously obvious.
Temperature critical.
But you know, that's an example of looking at the inside of other people's minds, manifested at physical reality around you. That's what this is, man. We are living in a world where you're seeing lots of things, and this is just one example, that are formed in a way that is arbitrary and is possibly even ridiculously stupid. Yet it is formed like this, and the people are caught in this matrix, not realizing that the reality around them is not physical reality, like atoms and molecules and nature playing along and doing things, and evolution. Then evolution also, while as a mechanism is objective, the things that it has ultimately chosen to manifest are in many regards also arbitrary. It's just a path that was chosen, and once the path was chosen, the next choices were dependent on the choices made so far. Which is evident in the fact that we have many branches in that tree of evolution. Instead of things just growing all over the place arbitrarily, no, it's always similar somehow. Anyway, so in reality we find things that are manifested by the will of the people. And this will increase and increase and increase the closer we get with our minds to manifested reality. And so the more polished your mind is, the more you will have reasonably command over the form of the world. And let me tell you, once that age has arrived, I will have a fucking say, because I know the quality of my fucking mind then. Oh, ho, wanky. Or am I trying to be an example? Or is it both? Doesn't matter, I'm speaking the truth, man. It only has to be the truth, but then it is already justified. But it's a pretty mind-blowing insight, isn't it? To think that since information becomes more and more relevant, this means that our processing and handling of information, our speech of information, our typing of information, all of that will also become more relevant. And therefore, the quality of our minds needs to increase. And meaning that we are on a trajectory that, well, if we won't lose mankind, and I can guarantee you we won't, there will be not a nuclear catastrophe that will be global, maybe a little nuclear war here and there, whatever, but not a global thing. That won't happen. I can promise you that.
Hydration critical.
Because from my perspective, it's even logical. And so, I mean, mind-blowing that to understand that we are unavoidably on a path to enter a situation where we as a people will be forced by reality to be sane, to not be liars, to not be deluded. So reality will murder religion. this is what's happening. This will happen. This will happen. This will happen. And it will happen. And you have understood now that it will happen, but some of you don't want it to accept it, even though you have accepted the other stuff. But now you don't want to take the leap and say, well, religion, no, because some of you are religious and you don't want to take the leap. But this is actually the insanity, the illness of religion in your brain, trying to keep itself alive in the face of this logically inevitable destruction that will come. Religion will go away. Does this mean that theism will go away? Okay, I don't want to touch that topic. I mean, in my opinion, it will be revealed that everybody is God, because that's the truth. No, we are playing together here, fellow gods. But that's beside the point. The point is this: the insanity of religion will go away. Yeah, okay, child. Yeah, sure. You know, you have thought about it, obviously, and I have not, obviously. How far away am I from the station? 700 meters. Okay, that would be a run. Maybe I should already make the way back. Let me start the way back. Because soon enough my health will drop quickly. Lead. I have enough lead, actually. One thing led to another, huh? That's the situation emerging here. Oh, how witty. I make that joke every time. Grown. Yeah, that's exactly that. I'm a grown man. Get it? How fast will we reasonably arrive? 3, 2, 1, okay. 1, 2, so 1, 2. I think we're making about 2.5 meters per second. So in 4 seconds that's 10 meters. And so in 40 seconds that's 100 meters. So we will need about like 4 minutes or so to arrive, so it's quite a ways. One's health will drop quickly, so I better don't stop mining right now. That would be not so nice. Save. So the lying mass media, they will go away. They're not necessarily all lying, I know. And not all the time, whatever. But I mean, if I have something to say, obviously I do, then I will do that with fervency and because I feel like doing so. They, though, have to do that because of their business model. So whether they have something to say or not, they say something. And interestingly, you might say, well, there's always something to say. We have 8 billion people, so the world is big. Do they talk about some war going on in, I don't know, India maybe, or South Africa, or maybe about the purge of white people in South Africa, for example? Do they talk about this? Why don't they do that then, if something's going on? Why do they cook up the same stuff again and again? Dude, you shouldn't watch the news, basically in general, because if you do that, well, if you do that too much, then you will get the feeling as if that is the world that we live in. Which it might even be, as when they're telling the truth, which they often enough don't, or at least they leave some stuff out and so forth and so forth. But what they definitely do is they are selective. Certain things will be talked about rarely, if ever. And so your overall feeling of this is the world will be a distorted feeling. A feeling that does not actually reflect the truth. Now let's look at the health data. We had 89%, 88%. Soon we had 87%. And then it will kick up speed. Come on, 87%. 87%? Okay, we have seen now it takes about 10 seconds or so. .86, that's still within bounds, yeah? So about 10 seconds. And now, in a few seconds, the second one will kick in, the water that we no longer have, and so health will drop more quickly. So we're at 85% now. 84%. 83%. See, it's doubled speed now. 82%. Yep. Let's see how many seconds that is. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seconds. So 10 seconds for 20. Oh, wait, what? 5 seconds for 1, 10 seconds for 2, 200 seconds for... What was that? Whoa, what is happening? Come on, game, what are you doing? Did I empty the furnace last time?
Health low.
I did, good. But then means it can be closed now. I don't want to accidentally use it when it's open. So the mass media level news will go away. Clickbait thumbnails and clickbait titles will go away. And I egoistically and self-preservantly already prepared for that, because I try to really not do such things, and I think we can agree that I indeed mostly don't do such things. Because why would they go away? Because they're a lie. You're expecting this, you get something else. You're being told this is what I mean. They are expecting certain actions and reactions from you, and they're designing their shit accordingly. That will fall away, because the lies will go away. We will live in a society and in a world of truth. You might say, okay, but what about stories and fiction and all that? Why should that go away? It's something we want. We don't want lies, though. We don't want to suffer reality. But when you're sitting in front of a film,
Hunger, caution.
when you're watching a film, then you know the credits will roll at some point, and you can believe it. We are made to. I mean, God is actually a dreamer, and the universe was a dream until. Anyway, let's not go into that all of that stuff again. So that's of course what we will keep, but otherwise we will live in a society of truth and reason. That will come, and I believe I made the argument in a way that cannot be denied. In other words, anyone who is still banking on lies, if they would hear this, you know what they would do? They would wish, more or less consciously, that this age will not yet come. They will wish for children to get raped. That is what that means. They will wish for racism. They will wish for people to be dissolved alive in acid barrels in Mexican cartels and such. They will wish for people to die of cancer. They will wish for people to get holes cut into their bodies so that they can still defecate. They will do all those things, because once that age has arrived, all of this will fall away. You might disagree in some regards, some examples I gave. I mean, certainly the child rape shit. But all of these examples are true. And you will see. I mean, as someone who claims that I'm so on the side of truth, and I'm so convinced that there will be an age of truth, would I then make something up like that, and also claim that I'm so very convinced when I'm not? That I deem it logical, that I deem it inevitable. Now let's return to Stationeers.
Air tank critical.
Soybeans are ready. Wheat is ready. Is there anything decaying here currently? No. Well, yeah, the soybeans, huh? 10 hours, okay. Stack of 1 soybean. Oh my god, 1 soybean. Whatever will I do? Don't click too many times, because then it will also just replant, except if you want to replant, obviously. $18 of 40. Okay, now I went mining this whole time. Let's see what treasures we harvested. A completely full backpack of coal. So next time we need to make steel, I will make steel. It will be a steel. Then, gold. How are we looking? It's not entirely full. But yeah, full enough. I think we could say that was a success. Cobalt, there was nothing. Didn't mine any cobalt. Copper. Okay, that was a failure. I mined some copper, but this is not enough copper. Absolutely not. Though it is enough for me to smelt some of this now. And then we can enjoy this little thing here. Because now it should automatically say, okay, the stack size, the maximum stack size is not 500, but 50. And therefore we will see this here counting down slowly. I will not wait. Just a few seconds. Some water. We should give us some more nitrogen here in the air. Currently 19.4%. Should now increase very slightly. While this thing is relieving itself. Still 19.4. Well, we have a lot of volume here, so what do you expect? But I have more water, don't I? I think there was more water. There is more water. It will turn out one day, okay, that's really the last thing I want to say on that matter, that the crazy guy is actually the adult in the room, while the rest are children. Now that's enough. Hey ho, lots of that stuff. More coal, Well, maybe I should just prepare a steel smelt, since I have too much coal, and I certainly have tons of iron. Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's see. Yeah, let's make a backpack for steel. Thank you, Rocketworks. So I would get rid of all of this coal. How much do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12. 12. If I would have 10, that would be 500. That would be one neat stack of steel. But hey, why not make the double the amount? Why not make more steel? Because the furnace might explode. Ah, come on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 4 is 20. 20 times 5, 400. Wait, what? What am I saying? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 100, 200. This is 200. 400. 800. 1,000. Yep. That's 1,000 coal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 5 is 20. 20 times 50 is 1,000. Yeah, 50 times 50 is 2,500, 20 times 50, 1,000 seems reasonable. Where is that black mining backpack? Actually, I'm a bit... Where is it? Oh, right here, okay. Alright, so if we would make this much steel with 50, 100, 50, 200, 400, 800, 1,000. Then we need 3,000 iron. 3,000 iron and 1,000 coal. That's the combination that we're aiming for here. Yep. Do we have that kind of material? There is a locker, so I can already place this down here. How much iron do we have? We have... I said 3,000 is what we need, yes? 1,000? 3,000. Well, we have 3,000 here, exactly 3,000. Burning through the entire iron. Entire iron? The entire iron. God damn it, you need to listen when I speak. Oh, you should. There will be a lot of spam, a lot of repetition, a lot of mumbling. But the valuable stuff there in between are worth the price of admission. And I said worse, even though I meant worth. With a TH, you know, that other sound that is different but similar but different. Yeah, good idea. So I could just... this is stuff that... thank you. Anyway, this is stuff that I was smelt with the arc furnace. But it takes a long time, lots of energy. Not that I care really, but why should the arc furnace be occupied if I can just toss this through this guy? Which will take a lot of pressure, of course, and a lot of heat, but okay. Let's make steel. All of this steel. Just for the fuck of it. No, let's make steel. Volatiles. $16 volatiles, 8 oxide, fun. And then, while we're at it, maybe I want to first melt the iron. 1, 2, because this doesn't contribute to the pressure. Because the pressure is currently a concern because of all the fuel that I tossed in there. Oh, waste tank caution, whatever will I do? Okay, all that iron is now being smelted until we have 1,000 of it. And then eventually also need to do that with a mining backpack, and that might be a pressure problem. But I'm gonna risk it anyway. Where is it? There we go. That's gonna be fun. I hope this thing doesn't cool down too much, but of course I can solve it. Just stick a pipe on there, a pipe utility for the gas canister holder, and then just my fuel canister. Do I have that on me? No, I still have it in this station, and I have a fuel tank, so no problem. Actually, let's observe. Is the temperature changing? Is the pressure changing? The temperature is falling slightly because this thing's just bleeding heat out there in the super cold atmosphere. Which is quite wasteful for me to do, but okay, whatever. Can't tackle everything at once, and I want to go rocketry now. Oh, have you heard that? There were certainly loop dropouts, so there is certainly a sound problem here. So pressure and temperature are not being affected by it melting all that iron. That's, I think, a statement we can reasonably make. Because it doesn't seem to cool down, except very slowly, and that seems to be the normal cooling. A kilogram of iron. And then soon we were gonna have pressure fun because of all the gas from the coal ore, you know? Battery room, how are we looking? Full. Full. Yeah, no wonder we had 5 kilowatts of extra power here during the day from the solar panels. How full are the centrifuges? Very full. I mean, 2/3. 2/3. What am I saying? 2/3? 3/4. 3/4. 3/4. 1/4. 1/4. 3/4, so we have the next ingot already waiting. It should now have started melting the coal and is cooling down because of all the gases that come in. Wonder if you're gonna get a stuck furnace.
Power low.
Oh, it's still melting iron? Oh. Oh. I thought it was at the coal already. Oh, right, 3,000 grams of iron. Oh. Well, I guess I'm gonna go and print a pipe utility then, because I guess this thing is gonna need some refresher. Man, the frame rate is ass. What's happening? Now what I'm gonna do, save. I will reboot the game, right where I'm standing. So the rotation of the player is still not restored, which I find shameful. Rocketworks, after all this time you haven't done that. It is even saved in the game. I checked, I mean, I'm 90% sure that I checked it correctly. And if not, why not fucking do that? I mean, let me look at the thing that I was looking at. That is also relevant when it comes to making advertisement videos for you, Rocketworks. Because when I try to do third-person stuff, so I'm pretending to be a different player, so I spawn in with a new capsule, I will look at my old self in the in this reset orientation instead of being able to look at a certain direction. That's just stupid, man. Please fix that. So what you can see on screen also is that the plan is back up and there's elevator to bedrock mining station, because nice user called Noobism75 with a cat face avatar just commented on the episode 14, while we're recording number 16. 15 is already up but not public. Commented that well, as a suggestion for the fun that I'm having with this game, maybe you want to make an elevator, for example down to bedrock for a man cave or so. So I put that on the list. Good idea. But something more important that he said, or she, whatever, is something that many of you probably don't know yet. Computer. Look, the old computer, this one, the first one that we had, uses 200 watts. The new version, the retro version, relatively new, uses 200 watts. But the wall-mounted, the big screen one, uses 80 watts. And the one on the floor only uses 50 watts. So one way to remember that is to say that the lowest level is at the floor. The floor is the lowest level of wattage. 200 for the old computers, 80... Wait, what? 80 for the wall-mounted, because wall-mounted is luxury, and it's a luxurious item. It's generally associated with that, isn't it? Maybe not these days, but you know, I'm not talking to 10-year-olds here. And 50 watts, lowest price, lowest wattage. So that saves power. Good idea. So is the frame rate better? I'm not sure, maybe slightly. Anyway, let's get some gas, I guess. Yep. And then some pipes. Not so many, just a few. Actually, only one. Meanwhile, the furnace explodes, which is a real danger right now. I wonder if this will happen. Hope not. And then we need a pipe utility, which I don't have here, so I need to print one that is for liquid. But I will first check on the furnace, because that would just be ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Aha, pressure is low and it is still melting stuff, okay? Well, I don't disagree with this event, but we can see here that there will be trouble. The furnace will be too cold to process further. So can I even build this here? Is there room? $3,000, and now it's processing the mining backpack. And that will lead to a lot of gas, I guess. Let's print the... Actually, I should have taken the entire stack of pipes. Pipe utility. Utility. Spit it out. I don't have time. The furnace will explode. Oh look, the pressure is going up. Ridiculously. What is it even that we're getting in there? CO2. Lots and lots of CO2. Yeah, I need to vent it. It's just too much pressure. Could I place this here, or is it not possible? Oh, I could place it here. Yeah. Not quite. Maybe I should pipe it up differently. Yeah, it's open, so it should hold the balance, I think. Very fortunate that there's room for this here. And that's it, it burned out. Wait, what? I have never had this. The furnace is silent while it's still under high pressure and relatively high heat. I mean, it's 200 Celsius, but 200 Celsius might be the threshold where it stops making sounds. Is this properly developed, properly tested? Anyway, we have the right mixture in there, so what we need now is heat. But instead of wasting all that fuel on this thing, I will just, wait. So we didn't need this after all, but it's good to have it for next time, just in case. I wonder if I should make this red. I mean, everything is at black. And that will tell me what it is. Fuel gas. How much steel will this be, I wonder? Well, it should be 4 kilograms of steel. So it should be 8 ingots, the size of 500 of steel. That is a lot of steel. I don't want to have to heat up all that gas. Why would I? Now that it's venting anyway, I don't want to keep it around. Okay, what's the next step after this? Let's see. We have mined some more stuff here. Oh yeah, of course I want to dump this through the furnace. So it's good if it's empty, because then that makes it more likely to work out. The other thing is already empty. That was mostly coal, which is now mostly steel soon enough. Then some copper, not too much though, sadly. Yep, that's the situation. One megapascal of gas. Yeah, so thank you, Noobism75, for that information, I would say, right? Oh, also some greetings to Tim Dacre. Yep, some greetings, not all of them. Yeah, kilopascal, close the motherfucker and make it hot again. And, well, actually let's try this gas fuel bottle thing. How will that work out? How will we fare with that? Save. Yeah, while we're at it, spray paint. Why is this thing not heating up? I mean, not heating up. Why is there no pressure now in there? Is that the wrong input? That's correct. What's happening? Huh. Well, apparently some fuel gas is in there, so it wouldn't heat up, right? Can we measure something in the pipe? There's only fuel gas in the pipe, so apparently it hasn't fed back some burning stuff and so forth. Oh, the steel is ready. We'll produce 8 times 500 grams of steel. 2 kilograms. 3. 4. So. Temperature very hot. So let's just toss all of this stuff in. Yeah, I could just toss in the backpack, but for some reason I don't wanna. But how does the furnace use this stuff? The temperature has fallen below 900K. I mean, is it sucking the fuel gas out of it as it needs it, or how does this work? Yeah, in gaseous form that doesn't do much, but it does help with a stuck furnace. I tested this. Too cold, man, too cold. Empty.
Power critical.
Okay, that's it already. Now that it's still hot, let's toss in the copper, which needs a high temperature. Actually, does it? It doesn't need a high temperature. It doesn't. Gold. Okay, we're done. Vent the furnace and close the furnace. Almost 500 grams. Good amount of silicon, nice. A little bit of gold, basically nothing. Do I have some gold in some other corner here? I have some copper in some other corner here.
Hunger caution.
I could take both of these over to the rocket manufactory. And then steel. 1, 2. I think I have 500 grams of steel at the rocket manufactory right now. That's enough for now. Let's see how much steel we actually need. I don't know. It's the first time that I actually do this without creative. Silver goes away. Too much steel! How much steel is in there? 248. 300 something. I have too much steel. Oh. Okay, next steps I need to clean some stuff up. That can go here. That should be refilled. That is empty, can go away. I think some batteries could use some refreshing. Yeah, okay, that's ridiculous. Every time I will be outside, they will be discharged a bit. Best not to care. Well, I shouldn't forget my own battery. Alright, so I wanted to make a bunch of Invar and Constantan. I mean, I have made Electrum and Solder. Invar and Constantan are the other two guys that are loved by the rocket manufacturer. And how do you make those? Invar with iron. And Constantan with copper. That's basically the logic. So that would be the copper, Constantan, co. And then we also need the Invar iron, for which I need 100 iron. Where would I find iron, I wonder? Sorry. Sometimes something escapes that shouldn't. 100. Yeah, 100. That's what I happen to need. 200, 500, 100. Huh. Yeah, I should actually just have stepped to the side, to the left, because then I would have set that immediately to 500. $100. Okay, let's make Invar and Constantan. Do I have enough materials on me to make that happen? Yes, definitely. 24 degrees. I mean, the oxygen ratio in here isn't too high, so why not toss down some oxide, which also gives us some more nitrogen. Now we had 21.3%. Wasn't? I don't remember what it was. Maybe I should program this guy to... someone was playing ball here, huh? No, it's gone. Maybe I should program this guy to be on automatically when there is something in its slot and while it still has some gases left inside. Does it still have gases left inside? I mean, I left it on for a shit ton of time. There is still gas left inside. Whoa. Actually, how? What? 26 liters of water. Yeah, okay. However, that really works. Now we're at 104 liters. Okay, we are over the 100 threshold. Nice. What shall be the next step? Making that material. I think that's actually now. Yeah, let's do that now. That would be 100 Constantan and 100 Invar. Let's start with Invar, which is a picky bitch. Oh, look at that, a bug. Any pressure in there? Did I leave that open? Yeah, open. Okay, that's good. It's not emptying itself further because I assume it's just frozen. I mean, literally. Closed?
Hunger critical.
Yeah, closed. Okay. Then Invar iron. Invar is the one that is so picky when it comes to pressure and all that. Needs to be between 18 and 20 megapascals. Now it's smelting these two things, which gives us more gas pressure, but apparently not enough, or does it? Not enough, okay. And now we have... the temperature is too high though, I believe. Invar, max 1.5. Max 1.5, and we need between 18 and 20. So basically what we have in here is just too pure. Okay, temperature 1.75, 1.6, and now the pressure is also too high, so
Hydration critical.
just open both of them up. Pressure is correct, pressure is erect, and temperature is too high. How do we do this? Well, just add some more gas to make it colder, which will also increase the pressure. And then we will get a green light, because Shazam, that was Invar. Now Constantin, which is easier to make, it just needs high pressure and some high modicum of temperature. Need to smelt some more copper. I mean, for general use. Pressure is not high enough, let's make it higher. Temperature is fine, so I could just use oxide to make the pressure higher, I guess. Yeah, a bit more. And Shazam. Constantin, and fuck off. Okay. Solder? I don't have any Invar or Constantin here, so let's just split this even. And carry half of it over to the rocket manufactory. Oh yes, and I wanted to bring some copper. And I will now be hungry. Oh, ham is not open. Copper. Damn man, I need to find more copper. I mean, if copper was really the main concern this whole time, so having a deep miner that produces copper, that would be way cool. And didn't I have one? Or did I? Let me just look that up. Deep mine pick. There we go. I don't even care where this is on my hard disk because I'm using everything. I just type something, Shazam, that is, instantly. So silver, nickel and lead would be on the one side of this point of convergence where I have two deep miner regions, and the other one would be silicon. So not the solution I'm looking for. Would be cool to get that from orbit though, if that's a possibility. And I believe it is. Isn't this track cool somehow?
Hunger caution.
Didn't I have a second loaf of bread here? Or is this the second loaf of bread? It's already at 70%, so I would say no, that's not the new one. Or is it? I don't know. Time is flying. Maybe I should make some French fries to get rid of some of these potatoes. I feel like a cook. Almost. Haha. Live large. Okay. Oh, to the rocket manufactory. Safe. Wow, it's minus 164 degrees in here, and out there is minus 140 degrees. And the reason would be that the room was open the entire time when the storm had begun, and then I went in here, did some stuff, left again while the storm was going, and I closed the room. So I closed it with storm atmosphere. So good to know, if you need to cool something down further, somehow capture the storm. Actually, that should be a project, huh? Well, let's write that down then. In our little write-downery. What is this? This is another fuselage, and I should make another one right away. For I will need it. Building a rocket. Thanks to rocket. So here's our engine. Let's see, is it already fully constructed? I'm somehow missing some tooltips here. Shouldn't there be a tooltip? Is it not yet completely constructed? What's happening? Maybe it's not yet complete. Angle, ground up? No, it's completely constructed. Why is it not showing any tooltips? Is it because the fuselage is not completely constructed? No. I mean, this would just be me welding it shut. There are no tooltips here. That's annoying, man. There are no tooltips for the pumped gas engine. Screenshot. Doesn't have any tooltips. What am I standing in? Screenshots taken. Alright, so we're constructing a rocket. What do we need for this? We need a fuel mix, which I can get from our tank. Like I said, not the best way, because I would rather have a fuel mixer here, but that's yet another project, and I want to get to the rocket as soon as I can. So I would just use that fuel then here. I would need a tank in the rocket that stores the fuel. Let's see what tanks we have. Rock tank. We have a liquid tank or we have a gas tank. Both of which are thermal bleeders, I believe. I would assume that this rocket, being very much less effective than the pressure-fed liquid one, would require a lot of gas and not just a little. So let's see how much we have here. 1,500 liters volume and 60 megapascals pressure. That's a lot of gas already that we can put in there. 1,500 liters. Can I actually pump stuff out of such a gas thing here? I mean, it's just a volume, it's a container, right? I mean, the question that I'm asking is, can I ever get anything that I put into a rocket back? My guess is yes, but I do not know. Well, that's rocket science then, literally. I mean, not classically, but yeah, it's kind of rocket science. Try to find out how this thing works. Therefore, I suggest to start with a different music and a small tank. 1500. Oh, large. 3000 liters. Let's build something small then. Nope. 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 Passable. So, a medium tank, what does it take? A kit, obviously. Requirement 5 kit rocket... What? 5 times kit rocket gas fuel tank? And the large one? Needs 10. Wait, are you telling me that is the smallest thing needs 5? Well, what can the kit do then? Oh, it can make the small one gas capsule tank. For some reason it didn't show up when I looked for rocket tank. That's weird. 250 liters. 60 megapascals. I remember that I have 4 megapascals of pressure on my fuel canister that I just refilled. So we have 4 megapascals in that tank. 4 megapascals in a tank that can take 10,000. Actually, what's the volume? I don't know what the volume is. That's the point here. Port tank. And that would be Mark II. The one I have there, though, that doesn't really make a difference. Kit portable gas tank Mark II makes the gas tank, here it is, 790 liters. Which is, I mean, 250, 500, 750, let's say it's a bit more than 3 times of that volume. And in there we have 4 megapascals. If I multiply the 4 megapascals by 3, actually by a little bit more, then we arrive at, like, let's say 14 megapascals if I pump the entire gas into this small 250 liter tank. I wonder how long this rocket can fly with that little bit of gas. Well, I wonder not, build the rocket. Tank. Kit rocket gas fuel tank. Needs 5 copper and 10 steel, which we have. Then, while I'm at it, I should also print the avionics, which I will definitely need. And if I'm not mistaken, the kit rocket avionics... oh, that's wrong. Avionics. What can they build? Oh, only the rocket avionics that I need. Okay. But what about the uplink? Okay, the downlink? Help is made with the kit rocket data link. Yeah, of course. Neither nor is the thing in the middle. Data link. And of these we need 2. One up, one down. So what I'm gonna build here is the minimal rocket with the easiest tank. I mean, it's with the easiest drive. Easiest because we just take the fuel mix that we have already and pump it in. We don't have to worry about stuff like pressure, temperature, whatever. Just pump it in. I mean, yes, pressure, but not the pressure of oxygen versus volatiles. That's what I mean. So kit data link 1, we need 2 men. What am I doing? Oh, I have to! Now I have 3, fuck me. Rocket data link, rocket data link, rocket fuck me. So these 3 we need. We need a rocket battery. Which we need, of course, steel, electrum and solder. I will just make 1. 1 battery, 1 avionics, 1 this, 1 that, 1 whatever. Smallest tank. Let's see how far we can go with this. And then again a fuselage, because it takes so long to print. Actually, I might actually not need a second one. Let's see how small this rocket will be. Certainly, I will need... Okay, let's look at the tank. Here we have the kit rocket gas fuel tank, which can make the small one. And here we can see it has thermal convection and solar heating. So that sounds as if we need to close up the rocket. Or not. Or maybe while we're constructing it, should be in a hall. Maybe that's the idea here. And thermal radiation connection. So I think it may not make sense to actually use insulated pipes in the rocket then. Even though I have them here now. Yeah, this would not make sense anyway, because we need some way to pump the gas. So I need some pipes.
Power low.
Shut up. I should really bring a battery charger next time. Half done. Oh, pipes, sure. And then this will be pumped by a pump. If they put the pump here, the pump will require a pipe there, which is not possible. This is a 3x3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah. So the pump needs to be upwards, so to speak. I will do this anyway. And I will just assume there will be a pump here, which I will just reserve, so to speak. That was not the idea. Yep. That's where a pump will be. And then I would place the tank on top of it. Tank, 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 tank. Here we go. Which currently, of course, works, but not once there's a pump. But hey, let's see. Let's see how we fare. Okay, has it come out? And then another one. Fuselage. No. Yes, thank you. Can I stack these? They don't stack, understandably, because they're big motherfuckers. Now we need a volume pump to pump the fuel into the engine, so that the engine will do things that engines do when they do things that they do. The rocket data link, when I build the rocket, one of them needs to be in here, by the way. Maybe I should place it in this room. In front of this here, so that we have a direct... I mean, this is all line of sight. I'm pretty sure that actual glass windows can actually, indeed, stop or prevent radio waves. Particularly when you look at these windows with the wires inside. So maybe I need to place this on the outside, huh? Maybe on top of it even. Oh, it requires a frame? Anyway, the uplink, how much power does it eat? 50 watts, that's fine. Yeah, let's put it here. 50 watts. Cable coil in the right hand to complete. Electronic parts in the right hand to complete this task. So let's print a bunch of electronic parts. Why did you do that? Nobody will ever know.
You tell me there was no reason behind it?
Well, maybe the reason behind it was to provoke the situation that we have right now, that we realize the reason behind our reason is emotion. copper, 24 grams. Let's make some more cables, though I think I have them some still. And then let's make a volume pump. Just a normal volume pump. For that I need some copper. And then I need to click this button here. Okay, I'll take that. What did it need? Electronic parts. I have electronic parts. 7. And then we say, dude, print electronic parts, we're gonna need those in the future. I mean, I bet they will take copper, so yeah. They need a lot of copper, actually. Copper, iron, gold, okay. Gold is fine. Iron we need more of, and copper also. Crap, now I stacked this up. Apparently, this thing could still benefit from some improvements here, this setup. And iron, like a lion, and so forth. Yeah, why not? Iron has become spam. Let's go. The next iron is already waiting. What am I doing? Right. I knew it was in here somewhere. That's not yet complete. We need a welding torch and 2 steel sheets. Steel sheets. God damn it. I thought I didn't have any. Yeah, the age of abundance has begun. Okay, the logic uplink will consume 50 watts. We would first have to build the downlink so they can use the screws to connect it to the rocket. What am I doing? Nice buggy confirmation right there. It's unbelievable that we have this now, this game. I mean, someone made this. If it wouldn't exist, we would dream of it, because there's none like it. No other. Error, error. So let's assemble the pump then, see if it can be placed there, probably not. Or does this... well, let's see. Auto-rotate is giving me nothing. Cannot be placed adjacent to gas capsule tank small. Yeah, like I suspected. Hand drill? Huh. Nope. Nope. Yes. Which direction should the cable go? Like this, I would say. The pump power can be adjusted from the computer. Oh, I don't have a computer yet. Yeah, that's missing. This will be a fairly small rocket, man. Oh, that's avionics? Where's my battery? That is. There are two kinds of batteries. You can make a big one or a small one. Oh, we need two of those. Oh, let's make a small one then. Let's just see really the smallest motherfucking shit. Okay. That goes down there. And to complete it, I would assume we need steel. 5 cable coil. Electronic parts. Ah, the battery's done. Well, this isn't what I want to do, but it's fine. Well, as I've learned from, I believe it was once again Shadow Drake, that these logic connectors of the devices, of the batteries for example, they are not necessary for ground to connect to the devices and to control them, but if you have a chip in the rocket, that chip needs those logic connectors, else it cannot access that device. Here will be the electronics, the power umbilical.
Power critical.
And I don't have a battery charger. So let's see, what do I need? Better taste, that's one thing. Yes, okay, we need a computer, we need the rocket blah motherboard thing. A battery charger. Some batteries. Let's say 2 large batteries. Oh. Large batteries, which of course once again needs copper. And gold. How much gold do we have? 16, no problem. Copper, 40, no problem. Let's make 2 of them. Also, I would be interested in obtaining the electronic parts that were so graciously created for me. Thank you. And then a battery charger. Do I need this many electronic parts? Probably. Yep, probably. Let's just bring all of them. Bring your A game. You're making rockets, man. Oh, with a computer, sure. Man, I can't carry all of this. That's because I'm stupid when it comes to my pack muling. I mean, why am I carrying this stuff back here? That doesn't make sense. Avionics. Data.
Temperature low.
What is happening?
Temperature critical.
Right.
Temperature low.
Forgot to swap out my battery.
Hunger caution.
Where shall this battery charger be placed? In the door/airlock situation? I mean, if this becomes an airlock. Would be large powered vents. Doesn't really matter on which side, though. Well, let's say a large powered vent would be here. And then, of course, in the ceiling. So this... Wait. Would this be a straight airlock or one around the corner? It looks like it... Oh, it cannot be... Okay, never mind. It would be a straight one. So, blub blub. And then this wall would be the one which has all the goodies. And this would have to be powered from the side. Yeah. We are stationeers. This might become airlock what's the word? Cable network. So I'd rather go with this one. Yeah, I didn't bring the computer because I couldn't. That can be closed up again. Right? Oh, right. A big thank you to the folks who developed the Open Broadcast Studio. That software is such a workhorse. It just works and runs and is humming away and is fast and capable and so flexible, easy to use. It's not perfect, but goddammit, it's really fucking good. Computer. And I would say we go for a floor-mounted one because it's energy-wise the cheapest, huh? As we have now learned. Should smell a little bit more gold. Cold sievers or what? Rocket control motherboard. Oh, that didn't need any gold. Interesting. Can't think of anything else I should bring now. Let's see if we should print some resources for later. So there's another thing to automate later. Automatic resource, blah 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 blah. Steel sheets, yeah, not too many, but it's fine. Iron sheets, no one needs those anymore. Plastic sheets, we have enough. Glass sheets could be more, actually. Currently not needed, but you know. So if anything, I should print more steel sheets. Right? Yeah. Since I have too much steel, I mean, who cares? Sheets, go. Cables maybe? No. Ah, let's just go. Two iron ingots, 1 kilogram of iron waiting to be used. Oh, that looks nice. Computer, where dost thou go? I would say here, floor mounted. Oh no, here of course. I want to see the rocket. I want to look into the direction of the thing that I'm controlling with the thing. So 200 watts, 200 watts, 80 watts, 50 watts. And there's a cable that's in the way. Do I need this area, this section? No. So, how about this then? I mean, that seems like a reasonable placement. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Wrong. Correct. Do I not have cables? Oh, what am I doing? Rocket user interface. No avionics detected, so we can now currently not select any rocket to connect to. What was the next step I wanted to do there? I guess to connect the avionics. Oh, and also I should print the gas and thingy umbilicals. Umbilical. And we need 2 of each. Gas umbilical? That's quickly printed. Okay, nice. And then the other dude's umbilical, which is the umbilical for power. Power umbilical. 2 of these, and afterwards it's time to print the tower, I guess. Rocket launch tower, 10 steel. Now that takes a while. The power umbilical. This is the side for the tower and this is the side for the rocket. Can I connect that directly? No, for multiple reasons, because I cannot rotate it any which way. Or can I? No, I cannot. So this input cable here... Yeah, question, where would I put the tower? This looks good. The connection is here on this side and the other connection is on that side. That's actually not wise, because the power coming in, I don't know what power consumption... Actually, that's a good opportunity to find out. Let's fuck around. So we have decided the tower will be here on this side. Oh. How far away? I don't know. Let's see. Could make it not here, because I will be in the rocket. But not here. Oh, that's possible. Directly there. Next to the rocket directly. Aha. Okay. So how many fields do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Sounds then like the reasonable choice. Oh, you can do that too. This kind of decision. What would be the best placement when it comes to mechanical forces, not that it's simulated? I don't know which way they would bend or whatever. But I think it should rather be something like this than this, because this has the potential to bend to the left or right. But this one shouldn't have the ability. Oh, that is the launch tower. Okay. Well, then let's take the power umbilical and place it in the launch tower. Like this. All the connector, logic and button and so forth stuff belongs on the far side, here. And the vertical position needs to be exactly the same as where the power umbilical is. Which I believe is this one. And here we can already see that this thing which was in the middle in the ghost already zapped over there, which is actually a smooth process. It does woo, woo. And now if this thing had power and I would flick this button here, then it would extend and would penetrate into this orifice to inject its well, electrons into this battery. Yep. And something similar-ish would then also be required for the filling of the tank. Yeah, but I think I need to refill my jetpack. Or do I? Up here we have a power connection that should actually be connected with the battery, with the bottom of the battery basically. So placing the battery down here is not wise. It's best to place it in the tip of the machine. And since this is obviously a minimal rocket, let's actually be so bold as to closing it up at the top, so we know exactly what we're talking about. Basically a butt plug. And this shall be the name of the rocket. Butt plug. Butt plug. Now, not being a native English speaker myself, I often have to look up whether a word is spelled together or not, with or without space. And the first hit I find is Reddit asking, have any of you worn a butt plug for 24 hours? That though is not exactly the information I'm currently perusing on the internet, so I will now ask Gemini, or whatever AI, butt plug with or without space. The standard spelling as listed in the Oxford English Dictionary and widely used in dictionaries and informational articles is 2 words with a space. Butt plug. Okay. Thank you. Butt plug. 1. This is the butt plug 1. And I mean, as nice as Roman characters numbers are, they also lead to confusion. So let's just call it 1. Butt plug 1. And then redesign this thing to be optimal. We need the power umbilical. Wonder if we can actually make a workable rocket that only consists of the tip. Why would that be, a nipple? I'm hopeless. Okay, so the classic connector kind of thing that we can see on the right side with the arrow, and so that looks very familiar. On the left side, what is this? It's weird. That's exactly for the umbilical, so that goes to that side. And that doesn't look good at all. I mean, I think I will. Let's experiment. What if I don't have any steel sheets on me. Yeah, that sounds a bit. That looks a bit awkward. That's not. That rocket is not good enough. That, well, doesn't fly. Wrench required. I think I should tone down the power of my jetpack, which I don't need on this level. Where is it? Ah, here. Let's use the lowest. Angle grinder. Oh, there are components here. I cannot deconstruct this. Makes sense. There are internal components? Really? You are shitting me, man. Screenshot. Apparently, I can build components that would kind of reach into the tip without the tip being there. And then I build the tip, and then I cannot deconstruct it because the thing is kind of reaching into it already, and so blah. Disagree. Hard disagree. So I want to use this one now. and see if that actually can accommodate. I mean, it's a bit bigger, but, you know, some training. Where is the power umbilical? Here we go. That would be the right one. I can place it up here? Wow. And still there. I mean, that would still be kind of outside the rocket. I don't like that at all.
Power low.
Crap, what do I do? Well, one thing to do, for example, is to place it just in the middle here. Because that's where the umbilical from the launch tower can also reach. And of course I didn't. Crap. Yep. Now we need to dismantle this dude again. See, the jetpack certainly is a magical device and they need to, at some point, overhaul it.
Jetpack low.
Look at this thing, look at the front, there. Oh. Right, I wanted to show that it moves to the side, but it doesn't because it's in the middle. Wire cutters. Hand drill. So a tiny battery up here. Like this, connected to the rocket. The logic connector on the inside. Not that it really matters, because I don't want to control it with logic or whatever. Or at least not yet. Huh, electronic parts. Input. That's where the power comes in from the tower. Really, looks like I could make basically a nipple rocket. This is already so... I mean, there's so much space in there.
Jetpack low.
I want to make optimal use of space, because that's a skill required later. Interesting. I wonder if I could have rotated the engine so that this port would be on that side when I built it. Shall we find out? Pumped gas engine. Angle grinder. Wrench. What? Hand drill. So pumped gas. Ah, yeah, okay. There we can see the power connection. Now it's on that side. Okay. Welding torch for steel sheets. Cable goes there. This one could tap right into that. For that, it would have to be right above here. Not sure if that's the optimal use of space. I mean, there will be lots of space left in the end. Actually, what about a scanner head and stuff like that? Maybe I should print one of those so that I have them when I need them. Let's look for head. Mining drill head. Mining drill head durable. What? High speed ice. High speed mineral. Okay, I think we need to learn a little. Save. Head. Rocket scanner head. Item rocket scanning head. Rocket deep scanner head. That's actually for deep mining, so I could put the map motherboard up in the station so that so that a rocket that is in orbit would slowly paint in the deep miner regions, which is not the dumbest thing to do, right? So that would be a constant purpose. I mean, the rocket can just stay in orbit inevitably. It's orbit. It's falling and is missing. That's what orbit is. Mining drill head long term. What does this mean, please? Speed 60% ore yield, 90% durability, 800%. So that thing will be used up. Okay. Okay. Mining drill head long term. Mining drill head mineral. Do we need particularly one for mineral? Anyway, all those drill heads are not needed for me now. I first would like to scan. In other words, scan. Rocket scanner head, rocket deep scanner head. We have two of these, so... I mean, we have seen those. Rocket scanner head. Well, let's make one. Rocket scanning head. And also... deep scanning head. Hey, have you noticed that it is moving from the sides, like the door closing and so forth, instead of from one side only? Neat. Oh. It's only playing on loop? Takes quite a while. Yeah, well, I need to know how big these things are so I can see if I can fit them in there. And that is what she also said. And then I have to shut this down for now. Oh, the Polish person was trying to call me. Another number blocked. Deep scanner head and scanner head. Excuse me? Why can I not build this? Oh, do I need... I don't understand. Rockets. A rocket scanner, is used to chart on a location. Maybe in the scanner and the scanner head are two things. It says right here, igniting the rocket without a destination set allows you to see rocket performance and fuel usage without launching the rocket. I mean, how am I supposed to use these? I'm pressing right mouse, but nothing's happening. Weird. Uh-huh. So these are the scanner heads, and then we have the rocket scanner itself. Uh-huh. Somehow like this then, I guess. Yeah, maybe that's an item that you have to stuff in there, like so. You know? Still need to know how big this thing is to see if it can fit it in there. I wonder just how hot the battery room is by now. Last time I checked it was at -4, now we have passed an entire day and a couple of hours. Are we at above 20 degrees already? -26. Yeah, right, I had this open accidentally. Charge is looking good. Well. Bit dischargy, maybe. And the battery is in a dischargy mood. I guess I will just leave the one dimension of this, not the one in that direction, but the one in that direction, open, so I can just keep growing the wind park if need be. Yeah, now that I'm going there again, I should have brought some. Yeah, I didn't actually go back to the station. My jetpack, you know. And I should set it a bit more strong than it is set now. Aha, there's this rocket scanner. Can I make 2 of these? Wait, what? Rocket miner? Rocket scanner. Because I have 2 scanner heads. I assume I also need 2 scanner for this. Aha, so that thing does need some space. Can I put it up here? Aha, okay, can be put up here. This is the umbilical, that is the battery. How big is this? It's 2 by 1 by 3. Yeah, vertically it's a lot.
Hunger caution.
Is it already constructed in full? Ah. I will set the jetpack stronger again later, once I have room to experiment with that. Currently I don't, because I have no more gas left. Actually, what am I saying? I have gas. That's okay. Welding torch, 1 steel sheet. And that's it, it's constructed. So what happens now if I click on the scanner head? What is the scanner head? Yeah, there we go, rocket scanner head. So I guess this will extend or something?
Jetpack low.
I'm using considerably more jetpack gas right now. Well, is there an optimal way to place this, you know? Well, certainly I could move it over a little. Because that looks just wrong.
Jetpack critical.
No, don't fall, don't fall, do not fall. Don't fall, please don't. Drill. You know the drill. So that was nice, but it needs to be rather on this end. As it'll stick out uglily, but it's still doing that, isn't it? I think so. The upper corner needs to be a bit lower. Too bad I can't pull this closer. I mean, the community version of Thief Gold, there's a community version, has a better 3D editor than this commercial game, so that should be better. I think it's still not placed correctly. I need to refill my jetpack. No way around that. Also need to feed again.
Jetpack low. Jetpack critical.
I want to go through the door. Is this forbidden? This is one of those moments where people would say to me, dude, will you ever get a stacker? I have a stacker. No, that did happen. Yeah. For the foreseeable future, we have enough steel sheets. I think we have so many steel sheets that I need to reorganize my lockers. What? How many do we still have over here? Because some should certainly go over to the rocket manufacturing. Oh well.
Airtime critical.
Again, I have too much stuff with me. Really need to make the hard suit, huh? That has more slots. But that's not for now. That placement is just painful. I thought I had already placed it deeper, but apparently no. Apparently no. So we have to go one lower, and then it doesn't matter whether I do this or that, though I would assume that it needs to expand outside the rocket to do the scanning. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like. Oh, I need to construct it completely. And how is that done? Welding torch, one steel sheet. No, yeah, great. Oh, that was it. Okay. Still not. God damn it. But I guess if I weld up the tip, it will actually no longer stick out. And I don't think if she said that, or that she did. Oh, that's cool. It still sticks out, motherfucker. Is that good enough now, Mr. Rocket? Oh, actually I meant indeed the rocket. I don't mean Rocket the person. Oops. Anyway, that was indeed not the intention. Oh, now we can place them though. I can actually put 3 scanner heads here. Not that I would have the power to support them, but fuck that. Let's see what happens. You learn by learning. Rocket miner, rocket scanner. That is certainly aligned. Cool thing is, thanks to its uplink downlink concept, I don't have to worry about cable networks. Out here I would just have a heavy cable that goes into wherever, new transformer I guess, and yeah. The uplink downlink will do the radioing. Is it finished? Okay. But we need a scanner head. Mining drill head, 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 rocket deep scanner head, rocket deep scanner head. Oh. I guess that the scanner that I just made is useless because I only have 2 different scanner heads. Then again, maybe adding a scanner head makes the things faster. I think I heard something like this. Well, there's one way to find out. Put 2 of them in, switch them on and off, depending on, you know. What could we then check if that scans faster or slower? let's see the deep miner thing. Because I have no experience with the scanning of the environment up there, none. But I know what that would look like if the deep scanner scans the surface. Some sinus curves that are painting in the map, and we can certainly observe a difference in speed there, right? Which means that that computer with that map should be in this room. Else I will not be able to compare that easily. So, I mean, the deep miner missions would not start from here, but it's just the most reasonable location to place the computer then. Like here, for example. So I need another computer. Da 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 da, butt plugged one, la 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 la. Well, that was so typical Reddit, wasn't it? First hit, and that's what it is then. Fuck off. So let's put up some scanner heads then. Here we have this one. There we have also a deep miner scanner, and here we have the other scanner head for the environment up there. Looking neat. I guess these will expand. Not that we'll ever get to see that, I guess, but at least they're constructed. Or will we get to see that somehow? Okay, so power umbilical, there's the power umbilical counterpart, then the power would go into this very small battery, which then would be supplying 3 scanner heads, which is probably too small, but I mean, I want to found, see, that's also, I mean, that's just me, that's what I have done in my life, always. Like a helpless, stupid child, I have tried to find the limits, so that I know, okay, this is the area within which I can move, and then I did move. I mean, you might say this is, I mean, one could say this is childish, like you're fearing to make the wrong decision, but isn't it also just intelligence to find out what is the coordinate range that is available, and then you have that, and then you do that. That's also what I did with music. Always cranking up everything exactly to 10, whereas 10 was not the volume slider's maximum marker, of course, but until it would begin to sound, nah, that's not it. And that's also what I do with this microphone mix here, by the way. Obviously, that's a bit much. I mean, not necessarily the way to go. I mean, it sounds as if every microphone mix I ever do would sound like this, because I would always go to the very maximum of what's available to me. But, I mean, remember, I had a very crappy mic before, and this one also cost 22 bucks only. 22, that's really cheap. So, I'm trying to make it I mean, within those, I mean, if I had a really expensive microphone, which I never had, actually, yeah, I had one for like 400 once, but that's a while ago. Then I would have gather different experiences. I would define what 10 means differently. And so here I also want to find out what is my coordinate system. When will the battery be to empty? How many things I can do at the same time? How much gas fuel do we need? The best way to find out is not to have accidentally the right amount, but to start with a minimum and see how much too little that is. And that's what I'm doing here. Lots of electricity consumption, this little fart of a battery. And now for the tank, well, let's first connect the power all the way down, like a backbone.
Power low.
Okay, now the engine could be fired and also logic controlled, for it is now connected. Power low, you say? Oh, that's 50%. It's not critical. What just happened? Or rather didn't. Okay, we have 3 scanners in there. Now we need the avionics, the umbilical for gas also, but before that I need the gas fuel tank and data link is here, and the avionics. These 2 guys need to go in there. Maybe they can be placed at the top. I don't think so. That will once again look like that would be a painful butt plug. And oh, could they go here? Yeah, I guess that's where they could go. What alternatives do I have? None. This is the only way to make it. Can build it here at the front. Then it would stick out again, which I don't want. So let's place it right there. And the downlink can be placed arbitrarily, it appears. Looking good. I need a cable coil, and here we need electronic parts, which I don't currently have. Screenshot. Just for the fuck of it. So what do we need here? Electronic parts. The avionics control the entire flight thing, I guess. They give us all the numbers down here. I haven't yet tried without avionics. Oh yes, I have, I think. All the numbers are then not visible on the left side of... And you first need to construct it completely. Right? Yeah. No readable devices. Electronics parts. I have 20. That should be enough. Welding torch and 4 steel sheets, and the downlink is completed. I mean, the downlink is already completed, but the avionics, they need this welding torch stuff. Now they are completed. I have not yet cabled them up. I just want to see, are they already reachable? That would be weird. Oh, they are. I just connected to the downlink. I'm turning this on. No rockets connected. I'm turning this on, still no rockets connected. As I assume because is indeed not yet connected, cable-wise. But what am I saying? Cable-wise? I mean, there's no power yet in the rocket. Not sure how to proceed. I mean, I want to continue with this now, because I'm eager, but on the other hand, I also got some other things to do today still. We'll probably do another episode later today. It's currently 4 p.m. in the afternoon PM. Post-meridie, that is what that means, it's Latin once again. The other thing, AM, is anti-meridie. Before noon. Yep. My Latin school note, is that score? What, by the way, 5 of 6, and 6 is bad. Same for English, by the way. Yeah, that's the way. So let's connect this. Maybe then we get some. What is it about the power? But if it is about the power, then guess what? Though this, I would need the connection anyway. Oh, that would be the umbilical connecting to the battery. But I need the battery connecting to the 2 new devices here. Maybe I will always do that with a wheel in the future. So now the battery's output is connected to this, and these two are now via the cable network connected to each other. Maybe that helps. But I guess it's really about the power. Rocket control. Open user interface. Rocket. Oh! Even though it doesn't have power, it is now... But which part is it that makes it possible? I mean, you see the differences. Now it's not telling us that there's no rocket connected. What is the difference? I need to know. So let's remove the cable from the avionics. No rockets connected. Aha. So what if I remove the cable from the other thing, from the actual downlink? I mean, would make sense that it still gives me the same error message, because I believe the avionics need to be connected to the downlink. Whether turned on or not, they need to be there. Actually, that was not right. This might have a different test. I need to cut this one. No rockets connected. So it seems like the avionics need to be connected to the downlink. So now we have something like a rocket there. And that's where I would go, but currently not setting any target. Set destination. I cannot. Oh, I cannot set that destination? Why not? Why doesn't this work? The butt plug 1. Why can I not set this target? I don't understand. It should at least be able to accept the target. Target location none. Is that because there's no power? Auxiliary rocket battery, we can turn that on. It is turned on. Pumped gas engine, that doesn't do anything because there's no power that drives it and no fuel that drives it. Rocket avionics, if I turn that off, does it do anything either? The downlink cannot be disconnected. Rocket scanner, yeah, well, that would suck battery. It's time to give some power to this guy here. Morning is dawning. Do we have a transformer here? No. Only the small one. I want a big one.
Is what she said.
Oh, uplink. No, I don't need the uplink. I need this dude. One of them. Or should I place it in here where the transformer would be? Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Nope, no storm. Three. God damn it, we are producing, man. This can be closed because it is now empty-ish. What do I want here? I want to get a crack in my helmet, apparently. I want to get a big transformer. Really big or medium? I think medium might be enough. I mean, I don't know how fast these rocket batteries would charge. I don't know that. So a big transformer might actually be overdoing it. But how will I find out, if not by giving them enough power so that we can see what the maximum would be? And then I also don't know, what if I put a big rocket battery in there? Also, what if I put multiple rocket batteries in there in parallel? How fast will that be charged? I mean, two small ones, which is of course a waste of space, because two small ones take as much space as a big one, but they have two extra cable connectors then. Or one extra. Anyway, two small ones might charge faster than one big one. All of that needs to be found out, so let's just make a big fucking transformer so that the limit is not here. Large transformer. Okay, transformer. Huh. And we have the materials, cool. $16 electronic parts. Maybe I should print a few more of those also. Because we need them all the time now. More copper? Fuck. This is ridiculous. What am I doing? Why isn't it being sucked up? Go in there, man. That is also something she probably said. Num num num. How many can we print here? Yeah, not too many. Some eating, some drinking. What are the plants doing? Soybeans are completely ready. And wheat is completely ready, so let's harvest. Wow, 20 in one harvest? Yeah, but I need 40 for bread, so it's not that special. And now we have 38! Ah. Okay. Yet another sound that didn't actually play. One thing's missing, and that thing is extra heavy cables. I don't know how many I will need, but I don't want to be standing there without enough cables. Wait a second. Speaking of which... Oxygen, fine. Jetpack, okay. Filters, okay. Battery, okay. I like this. I made my own little city, and soon we're gonna go into space. Reminder, go away. I want to continue with this now. Where would that big transformer go? Well, the power would be coming from here, so it should be going... I'm not sure, really. I could splice the heavy cable that's coming in here, so it's also coming... I forgot the computer for the map. So it's also coming in here. But the transformer is really big. So no place here. I could place it... Oh, I can place it on the ceiling. Of course. You come in and the first thing you find... Actually, there might probably be an airlock later here. So that would be pretty cool to have that right here. On the ceiling of the airlock. Or on the wall, maybe. Can we rotate this vertically? No, we cannot. That we can place this anywhere, even though it's a large transformer, is a bit weird. Or should I place it here? That's where the power comes in. And where the power comes out is the switch. So that's looking good. Cable analyzer's in the way. Or like this then, maybe. Yeah, that's neat placement. Oh, the computer that we wanted to... the map motherboard can still be there, I think. Look at it from the side. Not ideal. Or I make a smaller computer, which consumes more power. Here we have the power input. So splice it in here, why not? And from here we go to the rocket. But where? How voluminous is this thing here? Can we place... Oh, the entire uplink is... Okay, the airspace is completely locked. Locked down. This also doesn't fly. Do we go through the ceiling to the tower? Not easy. I know you can use the labeler.
Power low.
Power low. Okay, now let's go to the actual tower and bring some cables. Connection provides data connection, and here we have the actual inputs. Would you kindly... What happens if I push here? Cannot interact as the device is not powered. Cannot interact as the device is not powered. Switch on. Aha! Now the battery is being charged and I am not there to witness how much power it consumes. So I wonder, what the fuck is this connection good for? Provides data connection. Is it a data or power connection? Connection for umbilical power. Screenshot. Okay, what if I remove this cable and connect this cable? I mean, like this. What happens then? Turn on. Now it's not showing that it is powered. Turn and it's saying now it's not powered. Okay. So that's a data connection then, I guess, and it's having the data and power connection symbol, which is wrong. I guess they just did that when they added. No, that's not the reason. As we can see, we now have the avionics running. And the uplink is always unconditionally running, it appears. Because the battery has some charge. This should allow us to take a look. Open user interface. Let's look at the one battery that we have. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Charge 9658 something. Okay, what can we see? 1800000. So 3.2 million, that's a small station battery. This is half of that, because it's half of the big, of the medium-sized rocket battery. Here we have 990,000 that are counting down, and 10 times that is, 20 times that is what we will have here. I think, right? Would be 900,000 times 2 is 1.8 million. So 20 times the charge that we currently have in that battery is what we could fly with. Oh, the engine is not doing anything? What? Butt plug has run out of fuel. Butt plug has depleted its batteries. But that is a while ago. Okay, we can just remove these. What else? Run out of fuel, yep. Without the rocket avionics, we don't see any of this stuff here. What we would need to be able to fly with that weight that we have, this 1 ton, 1.3 kilonewtons, which is very, very little. I mean, what I achieved with the pressure-fed liquid engine was 38 kilonewtons, and I believe that wasn't even the maximum. What happens if we turn on the rocket scanner? Power actual 60 watts. Now power actual 660 watts. So we have 200 watts per battery. 200 watts per scanner. So that makes, let's say, 4 times the power that's usually used. No, 3 times 180. 3 times 60 180. But if I turn all of them on, that is more than that, because 200 is not the same as 180. So say, let's say 333 is 369, 10. If I have all 3 of them on, we will have 10 times the base power. 600 watts are being used. Wait. Yeah. Plus the base power. If I turn off the battery, then we cannot see what the avionics are doing, for they are not powered. So we cannot see what the rocket is doing once it's dead in the water. What if I turn this off? Then we will have no power consumption whatsoever. So the what am I saying? We have 50 watts still. Wow. What is consuming those 50 watts? I want to find out what is consuming that power. Is it the engine, maybe? For being ready to be used? What? Where am I? Here. Still consuming power. The avionics have been turned off, so they cannot be the ones who consume the power. Is it maybe the data link? Downlink. Yeah, the downlink itself. The thing that tells us that power is being consumed is the thing that consumes the power. Now for the big question, how fast does this battery charge? And if we had 2 of these, let's make another one, would that consume more power? And also make a large one and see, you know, battery, kit rocket battery. I need 3 of these now. Relatively quickly made. Then we need to slap the cable analyzer on here somewhere. It should be... there we have 1. I knew we had more of these. Or is that the one? Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure we had a separate one on top of the one that was lying around here. Let's just take this one. And here we can then see how much power is being consumed. Gray. So let's turn that off. Or rather, Rocket science. Actual rocket science. No, not quite. That would be the large battery. I mean the medium one. And then we have another small one here. Let's complete them first. What is required to make that happen? 5 cable coil required. And then probably electronic parts and a screwdriver, huh? Yep. If you're building a rocket, you need electronic parts. I have 20. How many do I need? For the small battery, that is 2. For the big medium battery, that's 4. Now let's connect them. I connected them in the wrong place, but why would that have this effect? This is the input side of the battery. The output side of the battery is not yet connected to anything. So when I just said I connect the consumer side of this battery... Oh, I understand what's happening. This battery is now charged to some degree. What degree, you ask? Well, I don't know. I need the configuration cartridge to check that, and someone needs to kill the DJ again. With a drill, it appears. Configuration cartridge. Here's the medium battery. Its maximum charge is 3.6 megapascals. Okay, 3.6 million somethings. and it has 45,000. Let's see how full the battery is up here. Is exactly empty. So it appears as if the speed at which these batteries charge is infinite if you let them. And that's actually what happened. We were piping power from this battery to that one, now it's in that one, but the speed was too high, so the cable died. That's all. Very straightforward. How can I cable these up, man? The placement is impossible. The front is blocked, the back is blocked. I cannot do this. I cannot do this experiment right now. Shit. I want to do this experiment right now. Well, so I would dismantle one of the scanner heads. It's the only way. Of the scanners. Then I need to dismantle the batteries again. Which means that now there's no charge whatsoever, but that's actually helpful. Okay, now I can go here where the power source is that goes into... Actually, why did this not explode this cable? What is the speed at which that battery is charged? We can actually find that out right now. But no, that's part of the entire equation I'm trying to solve here. I think I piped the cables stupidly. Let's do that differently. And while we're at it, why not connect with this one too, in case we have a chip? Because this slot is occupied anyway. But they don't get any power yet, because no battery output is connected to them. For that, I could just utilize this angle. And that is coming from this battery. And with this side, I could also connect the other batteries once I have them. Which are down here somewhere. Oh, there's a cable analyzer. Oh, that's the thing. Batteries, where are they? Did I drop some batteries? Oh, there they are. So again, this is where the power comes in. It goes into this battery, and here around the corner I can pipe it down to another battery, but I want to access two of them. Oh, that's the scanner head. Oh, that's where the batteries are. Yep. I can turn this, can't I? Yep. I mean, I'm trying to find out how fast the battery is charged. That's what this is about. That's all it is about. So what was the order of events again? I think a cable. And it is daytime. Yet I'm flying here with a flashlight because, yeah. And electronic parts. Let's turn the battery off. Let's turn this one also off, but it's not possible because I cannot reach that. So I would have to do that from inside, or can I? I'm drifting to the left. That makes it a bit problematic here. Okay. Now let's cable up the input and only the input. That's the input of this battery. And now the other battery. Alright, so now we can do the test as to how much power goes through this big fat cable, which is not yet spray painted, into the rocket when there's 1, 2, whatever batteries, and we can also see if the batteries have a size difference. So yeah, we're doing real rocket science here on this channel, instead of just building the motherfucker. And it takes god awful long because this is creative and I'm a loser or stuff. Right, so this power is here. I can actually take this with me, because why shouldn't I just measure this up here also? I mean, there's nothing really that speaks against it. And I want to make this a bit more beautiful.
Hunger caution.
Alright, turn on. Which batteries are currently activated? None, I would say. We have 10 watts that are being consumed, probably by the tower, and with 50 kilowatts capacity. Umbilically extended. Now we're consuming 4,000 watts. We are consuming 4,000 watts? Yeah, because the battery is being charged. What am I saying? And what if I disconnect? God damn it, why can't I reach this now? Consumption should now be 10 watts. It is 10 watts. Now I will connect this.
Jetpack critical.
Ah shit, this is not the moment for this fucking shit. Let's connect it to the left then. So the medium battery and the small battery are now both connected. What are we getting? Consumption is... Aha. So what have we learned? We have learned that the umbilical 4,900 watts. The umbilical connects 4,900 watts to the rocket. In other words, it is actually being suggested by Rocketworks to you that the cables inside your rocket should generally be thin cables instead of heavy ones. Because unless you're cabling one battery as a slave to another, where it will then be powered basically with infinite charge instantly, because they can take in anything that they want, it appears. The umbilical, though, only will connect 4,900 watts. 4.91 was written here, well, that's the 10 watts of this tower, to the rocket. So let's dismantle both other batteries again and put the rocket head up again. How exactly? What was it again? Do I need the drill? Yep. Then we need the wire cutters. And see, this is a skill game. By me learning which parts I need in which situation, gameplay becomes more fluent and is more fun. You might say, well, this is an unnecessary complication. What do you think would be in reality? In reality, it would be way more complex than it is here. This is a simplification, this is a gamification. But at least we get a whiff of what that would be like. I mean, there are games like Electrician Simulator and such, and they are a joke, of course, compared to this thing here, where you can actually construct fucking rockets here. So battery on-off doesn't say anything about whether it will receive energy. Now we have learned all of this. I want to now charge the battery, because why the fuck not? Taking a look at the rocket. Taking a look at the auxiliary rocket battery. Maximum... It's not being charged? Excuse me? I don't understand. Why is this battery only being charged when it's on? The other two batteries were charged when they were off. Or did I make a mistake? Was one of the other batteries still switched on when I did this experiment? It may be that we have learned nothing. Huh. Yeah, well, I think it's 4,900. Because we have seen that one battery discharges into the other at infinite speed. I mean, what more do you need to know? The battery takes in infinite charge, but they don't get infinite charge. So all of this is made to be safe. I just don't understand. Here we have 4,900, okay? Now I go to the battery and switch it off. And now we are using 10 watts only. Well, what am I saying? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, everything's alright, yeah. So let's put the rocket scanner head back up. Those are the batteries, the scanner head will be there. Not the scanner head, the scanner. Welding torch and 1 steel sheets. The more you know, the more fluent it will be. So this is actually a game where the one who gains the skill is not your character, which gets more experience points or whatever, but it's you. Oh, I should have left the cable like this. Okay.
Power critical. Jetpack low.
Now the scanner head. What is that? That is the gas fuel tank. And here we have the rocket battery, 3 of them, which I no longer need. They were for experimentation. Okay, so I need to place the tank here somewhere. Where would I place that? Here's the cable coming down, maybe in parallel to the cable. To the left or right, doesn't matter. So, but there need to be space between the tank, and can I place the tank upside down? Because maybe that's actually conducive here. I can. Oh, hello. This is as low as it goes, and so it needs to be higher so the cable can be connected. Too bad. That works though. That works. I wonder if we get if we will see this thing flying before this episode is over, which is a pretty long one. Here's what she said, of course.
Hunger critical.
I basically hear you all kind of murmur that already when I set up such a thing. Not that it's planned.
Jetpack low.
Pipes. Maybe you should have a power station. I already have an oxygen station here also, which of course has the problem that it needs to heat up the oxygen, else I cannot breathe it. But I mean, it's cool how the interest, the gravity of interest of what you want to do can can gravitate over to a different location like this one, and then you want to build station stuff here, convenience stuff, and so it grows. And yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This game is just perfectly lovely. Gas umbilical will be needed. I need pipes now. And a door. No. What's the gas pressure here? I will turn the thrust down again, because I don't want to go back now to refill my jetpack. And here's a bug. When I click thrust down, it will not reach the red state, so I can no longer click it. There's a discrepancy between
Hydration critical.
between this thing and that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Jetpack critical.
Yeah, but that's the right direction, so... Damn. Okay, and then we can pump that into the engine. Then what's missing, of course, is gas. Okay, the rocket is fully constructed. And I can't get out of it. Oh, yes, I can. We
Jetpack low.
have a rocket.
Jetpack low.
Now we need to get some fuel in there. So we need the... Oh, it's not fully constructed. We need the gas umbilical. So we can get some gas in there. Which is a problem. Because the gas umbilical will have to connect to this side of the gas. See, that's what this is. This is kind of a Tetris game. The tank, by the way, doesn't have to be vertical. I can also put it horizontal. And maybe that's what I should have done here. Let's just refill the rocket motherfucker thing. I mean the jetpack. Man, it's so late today. But I want to continue this now. I'm so close to it. I want my first survival playthrough engine, a rocket engine going. This is crazy. I should really stop, man. It's so late already.
Jetpack critical.
Actually, that's wrong. Need to empty it first. Still emptying. Wow. Oh, that's not done. Okay. Actually, no. It is getting too late. I will resume this later in the next episode, which I will record in just a few hours. Not that you need to care, because you have a streaming service. You can just switch to the next episode. See you again next time.